BodCon 2024, powered by Shapermint, is back. Hosted by the trailblazing supermodel, entrepreneur, and advocate for body diversity, self-love, and empowerment, Iskra Lawrence. Join the #1 virtual confidence conference with over 30 inspiring voices and confidence leaders who are changing the game. Learn from body acceptance advocate Danae Mercer, TikTok dating influencer Risa Tisa, and so many more as they share life-changing insights on self-love, wellness, and empowerment. General tickets are free with full access to the conference and event replays. Upgrade to VIP for exclusive giveaways, massive discounts at top brands, and more. Don't let self-doubt get in the way of your relationships, career, and mental health. Join the BodCon on November 3rd, 12 p.m. RSVP now.
Welcome! I'm so excited to be here. Thank you everyone for joining. I just want to say this didn't happen by accident. You intentionally have chosen to be here today. I'm so proud of you for showing up. I'm so excited about the whole of the BodCon team who have made this possible. Thank you so, so much. And of course, to all of our speakers, they are incredible. I've definitely been fangirling. I'm trying to act cool, but you know, it's kind of good to be able to speak to people you've looked up to and learn from. So I'm also going to be listening and taking everything in today. So welcome. This is BodCon 2024, empowering confidence in every body and every journey, where we're bringing you the ultimate confidence experience. I'm Iskra Lawrence. I'm in my son's playroom, and I'm thrilled to be your guide through today's incredible event. This year's theme is all about embracing the full spectrum of who you are. As the #1 virtual confidence conference in the world, yes, it's a big deal, we've packed today with exciting giveaways, inspiring panels, and transformative experiences that you will not want to miss. We've also moved our keynote a little bit earlier in the day, so make sure that you stay tuned and right away. We're happy to introduce our community partner, the National Eating Disorder Association, NEDA, and they've partnered with BodCon as we're all on a mission to foster a safe, confidence-boosting space in our communities. Donate to NEDA today to help advance research and support 30 million Americans who experience eating disorders in their lifetime, just like I have. And that's not all. Today, we have exclusive discounts and some incredible giveaways for you. You'll have the chance to win prizes like a $50 code to shop shapermint.com, a $50 code for truekind.com, a Revel Beauty Cleanser, a Shapermint Swim Multi-Way Sarong. That sounds very interesting. I can't wait to see what that looks like. An SHM On The Go travel pouch, the Spa Doctor's Daily Essentials Step 2, which is an antioxidant serum. Sounds lush. The Spa Doctor Collagen Plus Clean Body Wash, a BodCon swag bag, a tote, a journal, and even an invite to our VIP mixer that's happening a little bit later today. And as a special treat, we're also giving away a $100 Shapermint gift card. Woo! Okay, so now let's kick things off with some energy. I know it's a Sunday. I may still have my PJ bottoms on. I don't know if you can see that. I'm probably going to take my back out trying to do that. But we're going to start off with a 10-minute movement session led by the one and only Sarah Gaines with Joyful Flow Movement. Get ready to shake off all those nerves. I'll remind you, this is a safe space. You know, we've got a little comment section. Please feel free to show our panelists and speakers some love or ask little questions. And we want this to be movement for everybody. So this is designed to get you smiling and feeling fabulous. So wherever you are, stand up, clear some space, and let's get ready to move, groove, and set the tone for an amazing day. Okay, so take it away, Sarah.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I am so happy to be here with you all My name's Sarah Joy Gaines. I am the founder of Joyflow. And as said, this is designed for you to simply just shake it out, move in a way that feels good for you. If you want to sit down at any point in time, you are welcome to. This is really just an invitation to arrive in your body with your breath before this absolutely amazing day of information and inspiration. I'm so grateful to be here with you all. So, we're going to go ahead and get started by placing one hand on the heart. That other hand can either come to the other hand or maybe on your belly. Soften your gaze or close your eyes. And just take a moment to feel yourself here and now. Maybe you notice your heartbeat or where your body meets the surface beneath you. And then go ahead, bring your awareness to your breath. And together we'll take a slow breath in through your nose. Open mouth, exhale, let it go. We'll do twice more like that. Breath in. Exhale, sigh it out. And this last one, biggest breath yet. Inhale fully. Exhale, release it, let it go. Just notice the power of 3 deep breaths. Little moment of celebration at your arrival here amidst this community. And then go ahead, release your hands by your side. Give the hands a little bit of a shake, a little bit of finger wiggles here. And then next breath, you're gonna draw your shoulders all the way up towards your ears and exhale with an HA. Let it all go. Another one, breath in, pull shoulders all the way up. Exhale with that HA. Let's go 3 more. Releasing any kind of sound on that exhale. Last one. Shake out those shoulders. Reach your arms all the way up towards the ceiling. And we'll find a little sway from side to side. I'm very happy I was able to get my disco ball in the shot here. So it's a little bit of a party. Let's start to roll out the wrists. And just really check in. Notice how's your body feeling. Notice where you need to stretch, where some space feels just so good. And then next breath, reach your arms all the way up overhead. And then you're gonna drop your arms down like you're slamming a ball. And we're gonna do this a couple of times. Start to build some internal power. So breath in, arms reach up. Exhale, let it go. Let's go 3 more. Breath in, to the ground. 2 more. Last one here. And then just let your arms find stillness. Feel that momentum moving through your body, all that power. And then bring the hands back to the body. Hands to heart, hand to belly, whatever feels good. Take a moment to pause here. So we'll always pause, just check in and how did that movement shift your energy? Let's take a breath in here. Exhale, let it go. Then release the arms down by the side. And then you're just gonna start to move your shoulders any which way. So there's no right way to do this. There's no wrong way to do this. It's just, I'm gonna move my right shoulder, maybe my left, maybe both at the same time. And then we bring it to the elbows. So just start to let your elbows move around you. Staying connected to your breath as you notice, what am I feeling in my body here? Follow what feels good, and then start to extend your arms all the way out and around. Starting to notice all the space that there is here for you to take up, and then start to slow it down. Coming back to stillness, always pausing, always grounding. Take a slow inhale in. Exhale, let it go. Check in. How you feeling? How you doing? We're going to start to build a little bit more heat. Y'all ready for it? All right. So you're going to find a little bounce of the legs. Let's see if I step back here. You can see it a little bit more. It's a little bounce of the legs. We've got 90 seconds to bounce and shake. All right. So this is totally just letting it go. Let that bounce start to move up the whole body. Beautiful. Can we bring a little shake into the hands? Let's go. Shake it out. Shake it out. Any of those nerves, let it go. Hey. And then let's start to bring the shake into the whole arms, the length of the arms. This is letting go of what it looks like. This is focusing on how it feels. Ow! Yep. All right, we're gonna bring it into the hips. In 3, 2, 1, shake the hips. Come on, come on. Yes, shaking it off, supercharged. I love it. Bring it to the feet, to the feet, to the feet. Little toes, maybe shake it out. Yes. Find stillness. Take a moment. Feel all that energy settle. That is all you. Take an inhale in. Exhale, let it go. Go ahead, reach the arms all the way out, nice and wide. Start to take a little sway from side to side here. Yeah, someone's saying, I love the reminder to take up space. I want you to feel all the space there is around you. Get as wide as you can. Take up that space. Take a full breath in. And then exhale, just let the body go for a minute. Just let the body totally go. Whew. We're going to come to stillness in 3, 2, and 1. Go ahead, just wrap your arms around yourself. Find yourself in a little bit of a hug. Take a slow breath here. Exhale, let it go. If this feels a little tight and like you need some more space to breathe, you can just bring the hands to the body. Just a moment of total self-recognition. This amazing body that you have been gifted to experience this life in. Just a moment to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Take one more moment here. Take an inhale in. Exhale, let it go. Notice your feet, your body, where it meets the ground beneath you, the surface beneath you. And when you're ready, you can come on back to the space. Thank you all so much. Such an honor and pleasure and joy to move and groove with you on such an amazing day. So, so much love. Thank y'all.
Telling the group chat I'm already breaking up a sweat here, but that was so wonderful. Imagine starting your day like that every day. Thank you so much to Sarah Gaines and the Joyful Movement for that fantastic warm-up. So I hope you're all feeling energized. I feel like I was about to start twerking on my chair at one point, and you're ready to dive into today's event. We are going to be taking a quick 5-minute break now, enough time to just like, get a little fan out, grab some water because hydration is very important, freshen up and get ready for what's next. And don't forget, download the BodCon app if you haven't already. There's so many amazing resources on there. And also a huge shout out to the amazing sponsor, Shapermint, TrueKind, Rebel Beauty, and the Spa Doctor for making this event possible. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you for your support and empowering confidence in everybody and every journey. All right, everyone, we'll see you back here in 5 minutes.
Joyflow is a mindful movement method to connect you to your body and feel free. I'm Sarah Joy Gaines. I'm the founder of Joyflow and the creator of Joyflow Academy. I took my years of experience teaching group fitness and blended it with the most powerful tools that I found along my own healing journey. Joyflow calls on elements of gentle yoga, somatic release, and ecstatic dance, equipping you with the tools to move through stress with ease and create space for your own joy to flow through. Through Joyflow Academy, you'll get a 5-part series that breaks down the building blocks of Joyflow. You'll get access to our online community where you can connect with people all over the world doing this practice together. Lastly, you'll get to participate in a live weekly virtual class with me and the rest of the community. If you're looking for a way to move your body rather than reshape your body, JoyFlow is for you.
Woo! I see some new people in the chat. Hi, so happy you're here. Welcome to this safe space. I hope you're all feeling refreshed and ready to dive into our first panel of the day. This is a big deal and a panel that is very close to my heart, having been in the fashion industry for over 2 decades. Fashion for everybody. Will size inclusivity ever be the norm? So to kick things off, we're going to watch a short video intro so you can get to know the incredible panelists who'll be sharing their insights. Together, they'll explore the future of fashion. As an industry, leaders discuss the path towards true inclusivity and how to shop with confidence, no matter your shape or size. Okay, let's kick it off.
Explore the future of fashion as industry leaders discuss the path toward true size inclusivity and how to shop with confidence, no matter your shape or size. Join Marie Dene, CEO and founder of The Curvy Fashionista, Sarah Chiwaya, a plus-size fashion industry expert, Faith Montoya, a fashion and mental health advocate, and Zach Miko, a model, author, and advocate with Netta, as they share their insights on making fashion truly inclusive for all.
Welcome, everyone. It's so exciting to all be together. Hi. I thought I would kick off by just going through and sharing something that you're most proud of yourself for achieving. I just want the audience to get to know you a little bit more. And you're also incredible. So, right, Zach, let's kick it off.
Oh man. I mean, what I'm most proud of is my little daughter, Maggie. She's the best thing ever. But also, I was one of the first plus size male models ever to break into the industry. First signed by a major agency. Since then, I've worked with 50 plus international brands on 4 different continents. It's been a crazy journey, and I'm so excited to be here with everyone today.
Amazing. Sarah?
Hi. Well, I'm really proud of the work I've been able to do with the plus size community. I actually just got an advocacy award last night at the Full Figure Industry Awards, and Zach got the ICON award last night too. So,
I did. We get to work 2 days in a row.
I know. We're like, this is incredible. What a weekend. But honestly, it's just being able to push for more and better for the plus size fashion industry. I've been doing it for over a decade, and to be able to get it into some of the rooms, the conversations happening in some of the rooms, I've been able to do it. Like last Fashion Week, we kicked off New York Fashion Week with a panel, officially kicked off New York Fashion Week with a panel with IMG and Elle about size inclusion in fashion. And when I started in the industry, that was simply not a conversation being had at that level. So I'm really proud to be able to do that work.
Love that. Okay, Marie?
Well, I'm kind of a little bit of an OG in the content creation space. I started off as a blog, and what I'm most proud of is being able to learn how to kind of master the art of the pivot. We have since grown into a digital media publisher, and I think what I'm most proud of is, regardless of what life has thrown my way, to be able to still feel like I have purpose, that I'm still walking and operating in my purpose, and there's still so much for me to be able to do. We turned 16 in December, which is kind of bananas to say out loud. But being able to provide information, resource, to be able to support other influencers, to be able to support indie designers, to be able, like Sarah said, to go into these rooms and speak and advocate and push forward in plus size with moving the needle in plus size fashion has been kind of surreal, because I didn't start this with the intention of it being my career, but I've been very blessed and fortunate to be able to have been doing this full time for 16 years.
Major. Well, thank you for all that you've done. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes, I think that one of my biggest accomplishments so far definitely has been my recent edit with Pretty Little Thing this summer. It was big because I think now we're seeing less and less people try to include plus size bodies. So to have a whole edit be released with a plus size influencer, and I'm a baby in the industry, so to be so new and also be a woman of color and still finding ways to pave, even though I thought by now we would not have to be striving as hard as we are. But I just think it's so special that I was able to do that.
No, I really need a piece from your edit. I'm gonna have to go check it out.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay, I'm down. I'm definitely not looking cool today. I've got Christmas PJs on. So how would you all describe the current state of size inclusivity in fashion? I guess we've only got 30 minutes, so if there's anyone who's like super passionate about a certain question, please jump in. So if we start at where we like currently are, if you can explain that to the audience, because all of you do have such insight into the fashion industry, that'd be amazing.
I'm a bit of a nerd,
Yeah.
right? So I will own that, and I will kind of come from that perspective, from the business of plus size fashion. I think there's so much that's shifted in the space, that the connectivity that we used to have 10 years ago, probably around 10 years ago, like with the introduction of the algorithms, has really kind of fractured or splintered the connectivity that we used to feel, paired with like these companies, like the higher level, the C-suite folks who are acquiring, and kind of bringing all these things into one. It's interesting to see how that trickle down affects us, whether it's the innovation in style, the access to fashion, even how brands choose to market, right? Like that choice of what they include, what they deem is plus or what they deem is hot, like it's all kind of started to consolidate a little bit. And so I think it's even more important now that the creativity, the individuality is celebrated and supported and uplifted in a way that allows for that innovation and allows for those voices to continue to push and advocate for change to move forward.
That's brilliant. Thank you. And what do we think are the biggest challenges that are preventing true size inclusivity in fashion?
I can take this one. Oh, go ahead.
No, you do.
All right.
I'll probably say the same thing.
Yeah, no, I feel like we've had this conversation before. I think one of the things that I do consulting as well for brands that are expanding their size range. And I think one of the things that's really hard and kind of a problem for this is there are not enough plus size people behind the scenes. So we are always pushing for representation models and everything like that. And that's super important too. This is all important, but it can't just be in front of the camera representation. If there aren't plus size people behind the scenes who are not only in the room, but also empowered to have their words listened to and to make decisions and to be the ones that are speaking for the community and not having it be a bunch of older men being like, oh, this is what the plus woman wants. It's like, no, that's not true. A lot of them are still basing on decisions from decades ago. I even like the Victoria's Secret before they came back, the last time they talked about plus size inclusion, that guy who said all those horrible things, he's like, oh yeah, we tried that before and it didn't work. And he was talking about something that was over a decade before he said that. He was relying on such outdated information and not listening to anyone and just thinking about what he wanted. And it's like, it shouldn't be about what some random man who's not wearing the clothes wants. It should be about the people in the community, the plus size people, the plus size women, the plus size men, like whoever it is. It should be about what we actually want, because we're the shoppers and we're the majority market, where there are more of us than there are of other people. That's the other thing that always gets me. So.
I think what people forget about is that as new and as cutting edge as fashion always seems, it's such an old industry, and they are so slow to change behind the scenes. In front of the scenes, they'll pick their darlings and they'll show cool new things, but behind the scenes, it's very much the same. So we had incredible growth in the plus size market for men and women in like 2010 to 2019. It was incredible. And what happened was then, sadly, we had a global pandemic, and a lot of these brands panicked that they weren't going to make the money that they thought they were going to make. So instantly, the first thing on the cutting block was the new stuff. It was big and tall. It was curve. It was plus size. They just cut it off and they kind of hunkered down into their old thing. And what they did is, instead of being like kind of admitting like, hey, we're just watching our money right now, they tried to change the trend with it. And it's like, oh no, we're trending back down to super thin, where we love that we're going back to like the 90s heroin chic. And it's like, it really all just feels like an excuse that you guys don't want to invest the money into this. I remember doing a panel with the legendary Robin Lawley once, where it was us two and a bunch of clothing execs. And they explained to me and her that they weren't making plus size clothing because their marketing research says that plus size people don't buy clothes. To which we were like, yeah, but you've never made plus size clothes. You probably you probably don't sell a ton of bananas either, because you don't sell bananas. Like you have no data. I don't know what you're talking about. So it's something that we, as the consumer, it always falls back to us, that we're the ones that have to push, and we're the ones that have to,
but that is so
money.
That's so backward, because every other industry, every other segment in the industry does not have to, has been given the benefit of the doubt. They drop a straight size clothing line, it doesn't sell. Oh, we'll do another one. Like they give it's so backwards from a business perspective, from a marketing perspective. It's so backwards, and the onus always falls on the plus size person, not the marketing, not the lack of marketing, not the lack of access. Everything is like on our shoulders to prove, which is the most upside down a way to approach business. And to Sarah's point, we have these experts, but these companies don't want to engage, because even if there is an expert, there's such a dismissal of, or minimization, like, oh, you're a stylist. Oh, well, you're just like you're not really a stylist. Like, actually, there are stylists. Or, oh, you're not a marketing expert. Or, actually, I have an MBA in marketing. Like, I do know what the hell I'm talking about. Or whatever preconceived ism or notion that prevents them from being open and receptive. It's like such a steep hill. And now, to Zach's point, the whole heroin chic piece of it all, like the Y2K, like, that whole situation growing up through was like insane. But like, that is kind of either affirming confirmation bias, or it's giving reason, or it's giving a justification. And what is even more important now is that if you have your favorite, support is now more important than ever. Because if we're going to make it through the next 10 years and have some growth and forward movement, it's going to be important for us to support each other.
And so this experience of people feeling excluded from fashion, excluded from shopping, how does that impact confidence? And Faith, maybe you can speak to this, because you do empower so many of your followers. Like, have you had a personal experience? Did you used to feel, insecure, not being able to find clothes your size?
Yeah, I think it kind of like curates this feeling of like shame while you're shopping. And why this is so like socially acceptable is because of just like the rampant like fat phobia that is just always kind of, just suffocating our society and making people like, well, you should feel shame if they don't have your size. But it's like, okay, what if I just lost 40 pounds and they still don't have my size? Like, do I not deserve to go to my friend's wedding? Do I not deserve to go to the beach or the pool with my family? Like, I always get all these messages of just like girls like telling me like, their experiences. And I know it all so well. Like, I always felt like going shopping and going into those godforsaken fitting rooms was like hell. It was like your own personal hell, and it made you feel less than. And I think now, well, I wouldn't say now specifically, but a few years ago, the shopping experience got a little bit better. I started seeing myself in the malls, like photography and whatnot, and just being able to actually try on clothes in the store and feeling like good about how I look in them. So I think that it's super important, the confidence that someone has by just even having our sizes.
Yeah, totally. I love that. I remember having this crazy experience speaking to Emmy, again, a plus size supermodel who's just so groundbreaking. She really was the first. And she was explaining to me how it really started from learning as a designer. They only draw and create for straight size mannequins. And she met a plus size designer who was in college who said, I've never drawn, like illustrated a design on a body of my type. So there's just so much like background work that needs to be done. But as a consumer, is there any way we can use our influence or try and create change? Because I know that a lot of us feel like we want to be advocates and, be vocal, but what can we do? Yep, Sarah, go for it.
This is very much in my wheelhouse. So I actually started back in 2014 something called Plus Size Please, which was a hashtag movement to tell stores that, hey, we want to spend our money with you right now. And this is something that people have done their own versions of since, and it's been something that it is such a consistent feeling in our community. So many people have the same thought. We're like, we have this money, we have style, we have confidence. Like for a lot of us, it takes work to get to that point of feeling comfortable to express ourselves, because we have to work on learning all that deeply ingrained fat phobia that is omnipresent and everywhere. But for that, about a lot of us, we do that work and we're like, but now I want to be cute. I want to be fashionable. I don't want to wear dowdy things. I don't want to wear boring colors. I don't want to hide my body. And so I started plus size sleeves back to like request / demand brands to get it together. Basically, like, we have this money, we want to give it to you. I think I still use it sometimes, but it's not my main focus. My main focus now, honestly, is supporting more of the brands that are doing it, because it's not a lack of understanding from these brands that we want this. They know it. They've seen the market research. They know, even if they don't deeply understand it, they know it's there, and it's really a decision at this point for brands just to continue to exclude us. So like, I'm all about supporting the brands that are doing it right, and that are being more size inclusive and having the extended sizes without having to be dragged into it kicking and screaming. Because I honestly don't want to spend my money in a brand that is like doing it just because they feel like they have to, because those are often the ones that do it completely half-assed, and then they'll be like, oh my god, it didn't sell, we tried. It's like, no, you didn't try if you never even told us it was there. Yeah, gosh, there's so many. They'll be like, oh my gosh, we tried. It's like, did you do a press release? Did you do a marketing campaign? Did you work with influencers? Did you talk to, like, there was a brand I was super excited to hear that they announced plus. The only reason I knew about it was because of Marie. I saw it on Curvy Fashionista, and then they never talked to press. They did not talk. Refinery reached out to them to ask about it. This was before I was writing for Refinery. They said no. They said they refused to comment on their brand new launch plus line. You know why? Because fat phobia. They didn't want their designer label to be aligned with fatness, but they wanted our fat dollars. So they hoped that they could do it.
Oh, you don't have to tell me who they were, so I know the.
Yeah. We can all. I don't want to like. I don't.
We'll talk offline.
Talk offline. But yeah, it's honestly one of those things. I called them out at the time. Like, I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, you have refused. Not only you refuse to put your own money in it and do marketing like any brand should do for anything, any launch that they're doing, right? But then to then refuse press, that is that's a shameful like behavior. You don't want to be associated with this. So how dare you want to get our money but don't want to be associated with us? Like, please, absolutely not. Like, so this brand I'm wearing right now is called Beautiful Genius by Jordan Potosi, and it's like really cool prints and just like interesting stuff. And I'm like, I want to support brands like this. I want to support brands that have that size range up to 5X on their own without being like bullied into it, and we can also keep pushing for the brands that we do want to see. I think that there's a balance, but also support the brands that are doing it right and doing the good stuff now.
Let's do that. Let's share some of the brands that you love that are actually doing the work and are inclusive. If you want to go share, because we do. We should all learn a little bit more, support them, even if they're not as mainstream.
I'll start with the men. I'm with this. This is by a brand called The Good Counsel. They go up to 9XL. They're pretty awesome. One Bone brand is someone I'm a huge fan of. Even some of the more like legacy brands have been, like LL Bean just made a big expansion in their size range. I think what Sarah was saying, it is so important to support the smaller brands that actually are producing, because it's hard for them to survive. They're not getting the same rates that someone, a fast fashion brand making 4 million shirts is going to make. So it costs a little more. It's a little harder, but it's made with love. It's made for you. So I always, go shop small and shop, good.
Obviously, Faith, you have your PLT edit.
Yes.
We all need to go find that. Do you have any?
I have I feel like Amazon is kind of something. I know it's not small, but I was like, oh my gosh, she was like, yeah, shop small. I think a big thing for me is also just like the accessibility aspect, coming from like a lower socioeconomic status. I always think about whenever I'm sharing clothes, like who I was 5 years ago before that. And I know what it felt like following some certain influencers and being like, oh my gosh, like, like you want the cutest and trendiest things, but like, not being able to find them not only in my size, but something that I can afford. So I feel like the drop on Amazon going up to a 5X and having, semi affordable pieces that are actually quality is something super big. And a lot of people don't know about. I know I don't. I know when I go on Amazon, like look for clothes, like I'll find everything that goes up to a large. It'll be like extra, extra small to a large. So to find those kind of pieces that are accessible and made, every single thing they make goes up to a 5X. And I think that is pretty iconic because most people, they have like the little plus size section where they make 2 or 3 items of a collection only plus size.
I'm sure, Marie, you have, so much insight in this. What are the brands that you're loving that are truly inclusive?
Well, I will say one of the ones that most recently surprised me was J. Crew. Like, I don't know if I knew, I don't even know if I remember an announcement or anything, but like when they dropped the Christopher John Rogers collaboration, plus sizes was included in it. And I was like, oh, like it hit up their PR. I was like, hey, what's going on? Like, we need to talk. But right now, some of my favorites, and my favorites are the ones that we constantly are always featuring. I love Hillary McMillan, an indie designer out of Canada. She goes up through a 4X, Universal Standard. Can we reframe shame to actually call out brands? I love the post from Super Chic. Plus size woman, tempting to fit. It doesn't even make it over hips and chest. To answer your question, Rosalind, it's not so much about shame. Calling out brands. It depends on how it's like at least for me on TCF, we will always provide all the information as well as where we feel like the brand is like, how do you say, has room to grow in, right? So it's just about how it's framed. To your point, yeah, reframing. So like if Z brand goes up to a 3X, I'm like, they still have room to go because at least they need to go up through a 5. Or I just won't write about the brand if I don't feel like what they're doing is healthy or supporting or positive to the community. Or you can tell sometimes where it's just a cheap cash grab. Like you can sometimes feel it through, like when, not just in the images, but when you go through their site, go through their socials, go through everything, and like there's no feature, there's no inclusion. The size chart is like junior plus and it's confusing. Like some of those things like that will make it more and then there's no images on plus size people. Like I won't feature those brands, right? Because it doesn't do a service to the community, to the plus size fashion space, like to even further confuse, further frustrate, further, whatever negative words you want to put in there. In terms of like, for me, for me, TCF is about discovery and resource that empowers, and all of those other things like don't to me. So everyone has their own set of values or how they communicate with their community and their audiences, and so I think I would challenge you to find the person who speaks your language or whose values align, just like how people say it's important to follow those influencers whose body shape you can relate to, whose style you ascribe to. Values and how they approach things are just as important as well. But back to brands, I love me some Wild Fang right now. Wild Fang is a gender neutral, like size inclusive brand. I wore this suit from them like 2 or 3 weeks ago and I loved it. I felt so comfortable, but I also felt like secure. Like I was wearing a bustier with no bra and I'm like, wee, I ain't got no bra on. Like little things like that, right? Like where you have great quality and style, like you're not compromising one for the other. But yeah, we write about new brands all the time on TCF, on the Curvy Fashionista. So if you're still looking for different brands to follow, please check out the Curvy Fashionista and also Sarah, because like I'll be peeping on her page. Like, who's she talking about?
Yeah, these are your people. Everyone in the, if you're wanting to go check out what everyone is talking about. So I felt like that was one, not even question, but in there someone talked about changing room anxiety. I do feel like that, is so important, and I'm sure some of you could give some really good tips on that. So I feel like if we want to close out with some takeaways for people who do feel anxious about going into the changing room, going shopping, any like takeaways for them. Yeah, go for it.
I actually do a series called In the Fitty Room, and it's one of the things that kind of, I was doing it even before Instagram stories existed. I started on Snapchat when that happened. I've been like doing this for a very long time. I've had horrible experiences in the fitty room. There even shared one where I cried, where I was so hopeful for a good one, and it was this really big disappointment, and that actually got that store to change and do stuff. I do think for the comment that happened, I think there is space for call out sometimes. I think my only concern is I sometimes you see creators who realize the power of that and they just go full call out all the time, and I understand that, but like I always try to balance it with like here's some brands that are doing the good things too, right? But for the fitting room, one thing that the tip that I always say to keep in mind is clothes are meant to fit your body, not vice versa. Sizes are not, there is no such thing as standardized women's sizing. First of all, it does not exist, which is wild, not just in plus size, in straight size. This number on the label has no bearing on your beauty, your worth, your value, any of that. So pick it up, pull it across your boobs, or whatever, your hips, whatever the part that you feel like, will this fit? Give yourself a little idea before you get in the fitting room to help you get a better chance of success once you get in there. And then once you get in there, if it doesn't fit, that is not about you. That is the garment failing you, not vice versa. Always remember that. That is the thing that I think is so important, because sometimes people get in their heads, they're like, oh, I thought I was the size. This is not even about you. You could have been the exact same size your entire life. I have things from literally a size medium, that's a structured piece that I wear, to size 24 that all fit me. Like that is a ridiculous range. That shouldn't be the case, but like that is how sizing works. So don't ever let that affect your value and your thoughts. And then also, like, follow influencers, follow people who are about giving good feedback that is about what the sizing is like, how this brand is going to fit, all of that. I am all about that. I know a lot of Faith and Marie both provide that type of information as well. And Zach, like, these are the things that we are voices. We can give you that like detailed information, and we can tell you like, hey, this is what's up. So go find those people, and that helps you arm yourself with that information.
Just to hammer in what Sarah said, that there is no standardized sizing. There is no that you are this thing. When a client asks me what my sizes are, whether I'm going to model with them, I say anywhere from a large to a 6XL is what I've worn. So it's up to you guys. You tell me what it looks like.
It's true. Put it on anyways.
Exactly.
Well, thank you all so much. I really enjoyed this panel. I got so many insights from you. I'm definitely going to stay tuned and make sure that I'm supporting those brands that you mentioned. And I think everybody wants a list. So maybe we all go to Marie. Maybe, I don't know, TCF can do a little roundup list of everything we talked about. Thank you so much. And now it's time to turn up the energy, because we're about to dive into our first workshop. So thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. Really appreciate you. Mwah.
Thanks so much, guys.
Yay. Okay, and this first workshop is called Dress Like a Boss in Any Size. So we're about to watch this video to meet our fashion expert, who is going to share some game-changing tips to help you command confidence with style, no matter what your size.
Dress like a boss in any size. Led by Gabrielle Richards, this workshop will empower you to embrace your style and dress with confidence, no matter your size. Gabrielle, brand director and confidence coach, will guide you through practical tips and inspiration to help you own your look and step into your power, feeling like a boss in every outfit.
Hello, am I in the room? I'm like being such an older millennial right now. Can you guys all hear me? I am like so ecstatic from the previous session. I was actually taking so many notes, and my biggest takeaway is that you need to just shop, right? Because we can range in any size. So I wrote down a few quotes because I was just so like memorized. Like the first thing is creating a course for plus size fashion. I went to design school myself, and I remember having to draw croquis. That's like the illustration for when you're preparing to create your design. And there was no such thing of having a plus size croquis. We all used a standardized size. So that's exciting for me. Hi. I'm like chatting with the producer. Can you all hear me? Hi, everyone. Hi. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Iskra is amazing. She is phenomenal. I am so excited that she's here with us today. She just had a baby, and so we're just celebrating the fact that she is with us. Hello, hello, hello. So today's workshop is dress like a boss at any size. Okay, I'm here and I am live. This is live, guys. So, for all of you who don't know me, my name is Gabrielle Richards. I am a fashion, beauty, and lifestyle expert, a body confidence coach, and the brand director of Shapermint and the BodCon. I am so honored to be with you all. My journey to confidence has not been an easy one. And the goal today is to help guide you all into becoming a more confident you. So before we dive in, I just wanted to unpack a bit my own personal confidence journey. So I am from Jamaica, Queens, New York. I grew up in a really great household where I came from a very confident family, but I was always that chubby person in the house, right? So I just remember going shopping during the summer, and my mom would put our items on layaway because, we were fashionistas on a budget. And by the time we would start school, a lot of my clothing was a bit tight. So it just made me feel a bit not as confident as everyone else, right? So I kind of had to fake the funk. I always love to call out that I was a salutatorian in elementary school, meaning that I was really, really smart. I was into the books, but I still loved to dress up and have my fashion moments. After elementary school, I started to attend a school specializing in math and science, and I would travel 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening to go to and from school. So going from Queens to Manhattan. And during that time in junior high school, my sense of style and fashion changed. I needed to wear things that made me feel more comfortable. So I, started wearing more sneakers. As you can see to the left, I was wearing my little kitten heels in elementary school. I had to kill that and dress a bit more comfortable. After junior high school, I received a scholarship to attend a 4-year boarding school, and it was in Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. I was in a program called A Better Chance where they would accept students from the inner city and, kind of like change their life for the better, which I will say did happen for me. And during those 4 years, I experienced a shift too in my fashion. I also experienced a shift in my confidence. And I found myself trying to just fit in, right? So in New York, I was dressing a bit more urban. I like to say urban chic. And then when I attended high school, I was entering into my preppy era, right? We weren't allowed to wear denim. So I had a lot of khakis and things of that nature. And I just felt like I changed my whole aesthetic. And then I went on into college. I attended Dickinson College, which, if we could go into my next slide, I played lacrosse for 4 years at Dickinson, and I played lacrosse 4 years in high school. So again, I was like the most untraditional athlete ever. I just remember the days where I would wear my silk scarf to practice so I could preserve my hair. And my outfits changed then too. But the commonality between my confidence journey was that I always suffered trying to stay true to who I was. I actually didn't really know who I was authentically in my life. And I wanted to share with you all that, no matter your size, no matter your age, confidence is a journey, right? So growing up, I struggled with negative body image. I didn't feel like I fit in with traditional beauty standards that were presented to me. And I often felt like I just wasn't good enough. But over time, I began to realize that my worth was not tied to my physical appearance. I started to embrace my body, flaws and all, and that's when my journey towards body confidence began. And this is just a cute photo of me again in elementary school. Again, my fashions was always on point, but sometimes it's not about what you're wearing on the outside that matters, it's how you're thinking on the inside. So, through my work, everyone, I've learned that body confidence is so much more than just physical appearance. It's about accepting and loving yourself exactly as you are. It's about recognizing your strengths and your worth and refusing to let anyone else's opinions bring you down. It's also about creating your own definition of beauty and living your life on your own terms, which is what brings us to the panel today: how to dress like a boss in any size. Today's goal, everyone, is to gain practical, accessible styling tips to feel like a boss in your unique shape and size. But before we can do that, okay, before we can dive into that, I need you all to realize now that you are already a boss. So please, everybody, just stop for a second. I want you to say out loud, I am a boss. Okay, let's do it one more time. I am a boss. Okay, so because I love research and data and all those good things, when I was building this workshop, I stumbled upon a phrase called enclothed cognition. And this means that wearing certain attire can affect our mood, behavior, and self esteem, highlighting the mental aspect of fashion. So, what does that mean? Sometimes when you're getting dressed, you may realize that you're just not in a mood to wear bold, bright colors. And so, therefore, you'll wear all black. Or if you are in a doctor's office or a hospital and you see somebody walking in a white lab coat, you may perk up because you assume that is the doctor, right? So fashion is really 80% mental and 20% physical, which is why before we begin, we really need to get our minds right and our minds open and ready to accept the knowledge that I'm about to bring to you, because like I mentioned earlier, you are already a boss and you need to own that. So guys, let's dive into this 20% physical. In order to dress like a boss at any size, it's really important for you to develop what is your capsule collection. So I like to say that this is, 5 to 7 key pieces that are in your closet that are your go-to that you can wear with anything and everything. When I am coaching clients, I am a huge fan of having a denim shirt, okay? A nice trench coat that you just feel good in, a great pair of slacks, a nice skinny denim. And for those of you who are saying skinny jeans are dead, and I am a millennial, like I mentioned earlier, wear those skinny jeans, pull them out. They make you feel good, wear them. I love to add a bit of bold accessories, right? So that's why you see this red purse throughout. And then something that just adds a little to your personality. I love leopard prints. I love prints really of anything. And so I like to add that through like a scarf because it's going to jazz up your attire, okay? The next thing is that you need to focus on fit and not size. So if you all tuned into the panel earlier, Zach Miko had mentioned that he ranges from a large to a 6XL. And you may say, how is that possible? Because fashion depends on the designer, the fabrication, the silhouette, the thread count, right? And that can alter what size you ultimately wear at the end of the day. I remember, when I was doing that commute back and forth from Queens to Manhattan, I was suffering in these super, super, super tight jeans. And, I was like, why don't I just size up? Why am I trying to force myself wearing the size 8 because it sounds cool? Girl, if you were a 10, you're a 10 and that's okay. So you need to focus on that fit and not the size. And I will say, throughout the last like a year or so, right, my weight, it fluctuates. I gain 10, lose 10, gain 10, lose 10. And a lot of my friends and family may not have noticed that change in weight, or they could have, and they would just be nice and then tell me. But because I was choosing silhouettes and pieces that fit my shape in that moment of my size, it looked very becoming on me. Okay. And so if we go into my next slide, you're going to see two examples of three different shaped women. Okay. On the left, someone that's more of like a straight size, maybe she's like 4 or 6. And then on the right, you're going to see two women that are mid-size and plus size. And again, the lady in the middle, she's more of a typical hourglass, and the lady on the right is more of a boxy shape. Now, there's ways to play upon the parts of your body that you love, and there's ways to, you know, play down parts that you don't love, and that's okay, right? I always like to use my thighs as my example of parts of my body that I'm not that jazzed about, but like I said, I will wear my skinny jean because it helps to emphasize my waist and therefore looks a bit better on my body. And so you'll see the lady in the middle, we're emphasizing her waist, right? Her hourglass figure. And then the woman on the far right, I put her in stripes because we need to debunk this whole, if you are a plus size girly, you cannot wear stripes. I don't know who said that, but I'm telling you, it is okay. Put on the stripes, you can wear it, okay? Also, too, if you see the skirt, the olive green skirt, you're gonna notice that the construction of the skirt really is emphasizing the hips, right? So you're gonna wanna look for pieces that, again, celebrates your shape, celebrates your uniqueness, right? Because we are all shaped differently. All right, next is to be bold through color. Another myth that I need to throw out the window is that if you are a certain size, you cannot wear color. Again, don't know who said this, but I want you to celebrate colors. Colors can bring you joy, actually. Like I said earlier, if you are not feeling too jazzed about yourself, you may opt to wear black, but I do the opposite. When I'm waking up in the morning and if I already know that I'm gonna have a like stressful day, or I'm gonna have to have difficult conversations, I normally wear brighter pieces because it brings me joy. It makes me feel happy, makes me feel celebrated. And so no matter your shape or size, there's certain colors that are going to spark and emulate excitement for you. And I used AI so for these examples. So you may see like the ladies kind of look like me. So I don't know what AI was doing. It probably took my pictures. But anywho, I love this representation, right? So you can see the women on the far left, they're wearing yellow pants and red shirts. And again, I said I love leopard. They're wearing leopard jackets. And one thing is for sure, they all look confident. And a lot of that has to do with how they're posing. Okay. You could be wearing the most expensive designers and the glitz and glam, but if you're not showing up looking bold, looking and feeling like you're a boss, your outfit is going to fail. Okay. Like I said, it is 80% mental, 20% physical. And even some of these styles and prints, I wouldn't have necessarily, put on myself. But again, it has to do with, are we highlighting, the waistline? Are we accentuating certain parts of the body that allows you to, look at the full picture, the full silhouette? So, yeah. Next is personality through accessories, prints, patterns, hair, and makeup. So dressing like a boss, you need to also include a lot of those other elements like hair and makeup. What is your signature hairstyle? I worked in beauty for almost 10 years, and hair and makeup was a key component in a lot of the full look that we would do for people, right? So if you have natural hair, you want to highlight or accentuate your natural curls, do it, right? Or if you're somebody that says, okay, I want to cut my hair and have a bold blonde pixie cut, do it, because that adds up to your personality and also adds up into you feeling like a boss because you're now living and dressing authentically to you. One thing too that was in the previous panel that I do think we need to highlight is that it's important to wear and dress from brands that celebrate you. Okay, so brands that offer size inclusivity, so a great range of sizing from small to 4X, 5X, 6X, depends on your sizing. Brands that have a good price point for where you are in life. Okay. And then brands that are accessible. So, can I get this at a store that's local to me? Or if I'm ordering online, can I easily purchase it? Is it going to come on time? Those things are important. And there's a lot of brands that I feel like have been doing a really good job at this. And there's some brands too that need some work that Marie mentioned in the previous panel. Some brands that I personally love to shop at, I have to do it, right? And you guys know I'm the brand director at Shapermed. Shameless plug is you got to start with your base layer. So finding the best undergarments to help work with your outfits is really important. But if you see this image too, you're going to see inclusivity, not in just, ethnicity, age, and size, but also in the range of products that they carry. It does exist having comfortable shaping essentials in all sizes and different silhouettes that you can wear every day. That's truly, truly important. The image in the middle is actually from Good American, and I really love their pieces because they have a lot of stretch in their denim offering, which, I said my story earlier, traveling 2 hours to Manhattan and 2 hours back in jeans that did not have stretch. I don't know if back in the day we didn't have that technology and just Lycra didn't exist, but I'm so happy to have a jean that can stretch over my hips and my curves and make me feel good while I'm wearing it. But this image in the middle is a great example too of inclusivity, again, in ethnicity, size, range. I put a lot of emphasis today on talking about plus size bodies, but it's important to find brands that also cater to straight size silhouettes as well. Again, we're beautiful in all shapes, all sizes. So it's important to find brands that celebrate that. And we are probably going to have some time to do a Q&A, but I want to leave these reminders for you all, okay? The first one is that you are already a boss, okay? So to dress like a boss is to understand and accept that you are a boss. And I know sometimes too with imposter syndrome, it's difficult to accept and understand that you deserve to be in the space, that you deserve to be where you are in life, right? And you have to remind yourselves, and I'm guilty of it too. So I've been journaling lately and reminding myself that, girl, you're a boss. You got this, right? And the fashions will come after that. Number two, don't compare yourself with others. We are all different in sizes and personal stories and personal experiences and our history, all of the things that make you who you are. And it's important to celebrate that and know that that's what's going to make you uniquely you. Okay, so you have to celebrate that. And I know comparison is difficult, especially in this day and age with social media, how we have so much access to one another and so much access to see what others are doing. But you have to know that you're writing your own book. You're writing your own story. And whenever you're getting dressed, that's a different page in your book that you're writing. Okay. And then lastly, fashion should be fun, okay? I know in the previous panel, we were talking about fitting rooms and where we're going in there and not having fun. Just most recently, I was in a fitting room, and when I tell you I was sweating because I was trying on clothes, it wasn't fitting. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I have like 4 different sizes in here. What's going on? I had to stop, right? Being in that fitting room and get my brain back together, right? Because this should be fun. I should enjoy finding different pieces and, finding different things that make me feel good. And if you feel like it's not fun, you got to stop, pivot, and, take a mental break, right? So I don't know if we have time for questions, but if we do, let's see. First question is, do you have any affordable, easy hacks or accessories you're loving right now to make your drab wardrobe feel fun or new? Yeah, so I do have affordable, easy hacks. So I am a Maximista. I love going into like the TJ Maxx's, the Marshalls, the Targets. Like I'm one of those people that when I go into Target, after I get my coffee, I'm gonna go in every single aisle and see what's happening, right? And so I like to go into the accessory section because there's a lot of on-trend pieces right now that is like the thick gold bangles that I've been seeing, or the thick silver bangles, or the goblet earrings that are super cute. And I know there's a lot of expensive designers making those things. Listen, nobody is going to stop you, girl. Where'd you get that from? They're going to say, oh, I love that, right? So don't be afraid to shop fast fashion, especially too because it's affordable. And sometimes with fast fashion means that the trend is going to fizzle out in a few months. So you may not want to invest in those pieces. But hacks to make your outfit feel excitable. So for example, when I was getting dressed today, I already knew I wanted to wear a color that makes me feel happy. But I said, I need to jazz this up because I'm going to be sitting. I want people, to get my personality. So I paired this, and this is actually J. Crew that I got years ago, a great statement necklace. I was like, let me pair this necklace. And then when I'm doing my lip, add a bit bold lip to accentuate the look that I'm trying to go for. Also, too, when you're styling your hair, thinking of different hairstyles that's going to further give more emphasis or pop to your outfit. Okay, second question. Tips on how to discover your personal style. This is really, really good. So when I was telling you all about my confidence journey and how it was each phase in my life, it was difficult to understand, what was my true fashion style. And even to this day, sometimes I still struggle with it. Lately, I've been going on Pinterest and finding pins of people whose outfits I love. And I create a board called like Gab's Fashion, right? And you could do the same for you, name it your name, and just start pinning things that you love in terms of outfits. Just pin, 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 pin. And wait till you get about 50 pins. You go into that board and you are going to want to look at what are the commonalities in all of the things that I've pinned. So when I did this for myself, I noticed that in most of my looks, I had a denim, whether it was a wide leg denim or a skinny denim. And then I had a layering piece. So a shawl, a jacket, a trench, and then a basic tee underneath. So I realized like, hey, do I have these pieces in my closet? And if not, I'm missing out on what truly is my personal style. So I'm more of a boho chic, right? Now, in this day and age, we have access to AI, and you can actually use tools like a chat GPT to plug in prompts and say, okay, normally I wear this, and that. Can you determine or help me figure out what is my style classified as? And there's things, like I said, like bohemian, there's things like classic, there's things called glam. And once you can identify your true aesthetic, you're able to also go and plug that in to Pinterest to find more looks. Okay, another question. Do you have any hacks for complementing a larger midsection with smaller legs? I think they call it an apple shape. Yes, Rosalind, this is a great question. And I'm so excited because the peplum is back, right? So if you feel like you have more weight in your midsection, or if you do have more weight, there's a few different types of blouses that you can wear to accentuate that. There's peplum styles where the peplum, like the flare, will actually start more at your hips. So it's going to accentuate your hips and less on your midsection. There's also different blouses that start at the top and flare out, which is great. But don't be afraid to belt your midsection either, because that can also create more of a more cinched in waist or physique. So you're going to really want to play up on your bust area, and then also finding pants like a wide leg trouser, which I love. You can wear that with like a fitted top, a blazer, or a vest, which are totally in right now, fitted vest. That will also work well with an apple shape as well. So the questions have been so amazing. I do want to leave a few thoughts before I go that confidence is a journey. You're not going to just wake up every morning and know you're a boss. So you got to write that out for yourself. And I like to leave sticky notes. And, if it's a mirror that you own and you're not sharing it with someone, you can also write with lipstick on the mirror. Affirmations to make you feel good, and affirmations to remind you that you are already a boss. Because again, this is a journey. Me being a confidence coach, I struggle with my confidence every single day. I struggle with whether I can show up big every single day. And so it is not easy, but pairing yourself with a community that allows you to be with others that are going through something similar is also helpful. So if you haven't done so, please download the BodCon app. This is a safe space for you all to come in. We can chat with one another. And if you want to find me on social, I'm going to throw my Insta out there. It's at Gab Positive. If you want to shoot me a DM or just have questions, I love shopping. I love fashion. I'm here to help and support you. So excited for the rest of this event. I'll be here throughout the day, so be sure to chat with me. Bye, everyone.
Oh, thank you so much. I feel like we can all agree that Gab Positive is the perfect handle for you. Thank you so much for infusing so much positivity into those amazing tips and advice. And thank you for joining us in our first workshop, Dress Like a Boss in Any Style and Any Size. We hope you're feeling pumped and inspired and ready to elevate your style with confidence. So we're about to take another 5-minute little break so you can grab a drink, get comfortable, and stay tuned because we have more exciting giveaways coming up. And don't forget to engage in the conversation. Give us a little chat in the comments throughout the day because that's how we're going to be picking a lot of our winners. And we'll be selecting you. So make sure that you join the chat because you could win access to our VIP exclusive mixer. And now let's take a look at Shapermint, the confidence-boosting, super comfortable shaping essentials brand. They are today's main event sponsor, so thank you so much, Shapermint, for making today possible. And we will see you in a few minutes after this.
Hey you, are you sick of uncomfortable bras that never seem to get it right? Well, guess what? I have the solution for you. Ta-da! This bra from Shapermint is life-changing. Perfect fit, ultimate comfort, and they look great. Shapermint has the most comfortable bras, shapewear, undies, camis, and more at unbeatable prices. With over 10 million customers. Get this comfortable bra at 40% off at shapermint.com.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How wonderful to be here with you all.
So excited.
So excited. Okay, are we ready to get going? I'm going to give everyone a little introduction to myself first before I introduce this illustrious panel of beauties. Everyone looks amazing, by the way, just because, of course, that's what really matters, right? You guys look incredible.
Thank you. Thank you.
First and foremost, let me just introduce you to me because I am moderating today and I'm so excited to be here. I am Jamie Hess. I am a wife and mother, first and foremost. I'm also an entrepreneur, media personality, content creator, TEDx and keynote speaker. What else do I do? I'm like your modern day multi-hyphenate that I get out of breath when I'm explaining it. I'm a podcaster, a coach. My podcast is called the Gratitudeology Podcast, available anywhere podcasts can be consumed. But to set this up, I want to share something vulnerable, if that would be okay.
Of course.
My TEDx talk is called Confessions of a Binge Eating Wellness Influencer. I started my journey on Instagram under the handle NYC FitFam. And I represented that brand of influencer for a long time. And while I have nothing against the fitness or wellness influencer space, for me, it sometimes caused an internal disconnect because what I was projecting was an image of perfection. But what I was living was reality. I'm an addict. I'm an alcoholic in recovery, as well as a person recovering from disordered eating, including bulimia. So today I've changed my handle from NYC FitFam to my name to allow myself to step into all of me and not feel like I had to portray someone else's idea of perfect wellness. But this really ladders up to our intended conversation today in some ways, because we're talking about some of the connects and disconnects in wellness and self-care, personally, digitally, culturally. Of course, this panel, Elevating Self-Care, Redefining Wellness in a Diverse World, is such a beautiful topic. And the intention is to delve into this evolving landscape of self-care. And I'd really like to leave you all with a fresh perspective on how to nurture your mind, body, and soul in a way that truly reflects your unique journey. So we have an illustrious panel here today to help us wade through this sometimes sticky topic. And I'm going to I'll go through in the order that I have you here. You're kind of all the little Brady Bunch squares. But I'm going to go through one by one. And if I mispronounce anyone's name, please forgive me and feel free to correct me. Raya Carey, 3-time certified life coach, speaker, and EDI consultant. Coach Carey is passionate about encouraging others to tap into the confidence they never knew they had. After overcoming various hardships, she was able to transform her mindset and began a career that empowers others to do the same by openly sharing her triumphs and tribulations. Raya's vulnerability helps foster a welcoming and safe community in every room she enters. She strives to inspire and lead those around her by providing unwavering support, guidance, and motivation. Kelly Yu is an Asian American mental health advocate. Hello, Kelly. Wellness and lifestyle content creator. She's best known for her fearless approach when it comes to stigmatized topics such as therapy, sobriety, IBS, and eating disorder recovery. I saw we had all of that in common, and I'm so excited to hear all of your hot takes. Kelvin Davis is the founder and creator of Notoriously Dapper, a body-positive menswear blog showcasing outfits to inspire men of all sizes to find confidence in their appearance. Blogging with this purpose has led him to becoming a signed model and influencer to Bridge Models, an agency dedicated to bringing body diversity to the fashion and entertainment industry. And there's so much more, but I'm going to let us just start to really dig into this topic because I know that we are short on time a little bit because there's so much here. It is a rich, rich topic. So I think we really want to kind of get into this by talking about the definition of self-care and how it's evolved across cultures and communities. So Kelly, can I start with you? You're at the top of my screen. Yes. I'd love to know how your view of self-care has evolved and what influences have shaped it.
Well, first I just need to react to Jamie. So everyone watching, this is the first time that all of us are like hanging, I think.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm like, just like breaking the fourth wall. Jamie, when you said all of that, I was like, wow, never related so much. My Instagram handle is Kelly Yu, but I entered the world very similarly to you. I used to be Kelly Yu Fit. I dropped the fit because I started to also share that I was struggling with binge eating. Mm-hmm. And so I think that when starting on social media, and then obviously now we've evolved to becoming people that people might look to for advice on recovery or wellness. My origins were simply me sharing because I was struggling so deeply and personally.
Mhm.
I started posting on Instagram. This was 2013. I was 19 years old in college. I did not have any role models or influences. So I feel like I really grew up with people just trying to figure it out. And I think the grit of that has encouraged me to keep going. And it's really the community that I built that helps me. Like when I hear someone else who struggled with binge eating, body dysmorphia, addiction, family stuff, abusive relationships. I think just hearing more of those stories, I've learned that finding your sense of self is so much deeper than anything related to food, body, the way others perceive us. It's so internal.
Totally. So true. And I think that's a lot of the disconnect is what's going on internally and what we're trying to project externally. Calvin, I'd love to ask you, what are some of the most common misconceptions about self-care? And do you have any advice on how we can break those stereotypes?
Sure, yeah. I think one of the misconceptions is that self-care is very selfish and that people take it as if you are sometimes avoiding the outside world, or like you're avoiding people, you're avoiding certain tasks that you have to do. But I view self-care as a way of you taking care of yourself so you can show up better for your task, you can show up better for your people in your life. So although it may seem to the outside perception that it looks selfish, but in actuality, you're doing it for yourself and you're doing it for others. Because if you can't show up better for yourself, then you can't show up better for others, you know? So
It's such a great point. What are some things that you do for self-care?
I like to go on walks. I love to be outdoors. Like to meditate, journal some, read. All those different kind of things. As long as I'm active, I really love being outside in nature, looking at trees, feeling the heat of the sun, just being around birds and watching animals interact. I feel like all those things really help me mentally because it puts you into a perspective of how small you are in this world, and it really humbles you, and it really gets you in this place where you're just like this small, like little teeny dot in this world full of like awesomeness, right? And you kind of have to put yourself in that area of the world doesn't revolve around me, right? And you have to understand that the people in your life, everybody around you, are all in your life for a specific reason. And you take time and you get to notice that when you're out in nature. Like, I was listening to a guy the other day and he was saying, whenever a bird lands on a tree, does it trust the actual branch or does it trust its ability to fly away if the branch breaks? And that's kind of how I view life. And you have to kind of like trust yourself and know, do you trust this branch or do you just trust your ability to fly out of the tree if the branch breaks, right?
Oh,
So
I
yeah.
love that.
Yeah.
We're just a small speck in this whole beautiful world of awesomeness. That's like my quote of the day, because everything can seem so big and heavy, especially right now. And the reality is it's a big, beautiful world. Sometimes we just got to get out and remind ourselves of that. So Coach Carrie, do you prefer Raya or Coach Carrie? I love both, by the way.
Raya, like a ray of
Thank
sunshine.
you. I told
No
you I was
worries.
gonna
No
do
worries.
this.
Yeah, don't worry. But either or, because Raya is my first name, Coach is what I do, Carrie's my last name, so it all works. But maybe Coach Carrie easier for people.
Coach Raya Carey, I got you. Okay, so can I ask you the same question? I'm curious from your perspective, what are some
Sure,
of the
yeah.
common misconceptions about self-care, and like, what do we do to smash the stereotypes?
Yeah. In my work as a coach and researcher, I really feel like a lot of people think that self-care is going to be one consistent thing for your entire life. And as you evolve, the things that support you will naturally evolve. And I think that's a beautiful part of the healing journey that we all in some way will forever be on. So to me, that feels like the biggest myth, because then people, when they outgrow that piece, they continue to try to lean into it. And then they're like, why aren't I feeling better? Why aren't I refueling? And then that's your cue to say, hey, maybe I've outgrown this. What else can I lean into? There will be some things that grow with you, but you're going to evolve.
You're going to evolve. Big one. So same question as I asked Kelly. I'm just curious, has your view of self-care evolved for yourself? And what influences have shaped that? Because for me, self-care has completely changed. For instance, now I'm a mom. Self-care used to look, I lived in New York City. Self-care was super complicated. It had to do with the salt cave and ashwagandha mushrooms and healing crystals. And now it's like, if I get 5 minutes of bathroom prayer to myself, I am a happy camper.
You're like, can I have a shower?
Yeah. So tell me.
Mom life.
I
think my self-care has grown a lot because I think we were also conditioned to think that self-care is about the things that are very external, like on the beach and this, and those things are great, but they're not sustainable. You can't tap into them when you're having a tough day because they're external. So for me, what's evolved is that my self-care now looks like really leaning into my boundaries and honoring them, because when I actually honor the boundaries I've implemented for myself, what I build is more of that inner self-trust, which then builds my confidence.
I mean, preach, right? Leaning into and honoring our boundaries is a form of self-care. Say it a little louder for the people in the back, okay? You don't always have to look like a bubble bath.
And that's why me and Calvin are plant dads too, because we need the vibes. I see your plants. I see you. I got my plants right over there.
I love what Rhea just said, because I think a lot about friendships and relationships that I've had. And it's taken me till I'm 31 now. It's taken me a very long time to understand what kind of friendships or relationships will nurture me, that I will grow in, and that I can also be of service to grow with someone, because I was in a 7-year-long, very toxic, abusive relationship. So back then, I would do all the basic things of going on walks and working out and doing my face masks and meditating, but I was actively participating in something that diminished my complete sense of self and self-esteem. And then I did not seek healthy friendships because I was in such an enclosed space mentally and emotionally. And self-care is about finding people to be your full self with and help explore yourself. Life is such an ever-evolving journey. And I think that with every person we meet is a really great opportunity that I have had to be like, wow, I didn't know that about myself. Or I didn't know I wanted that. I didn't know I needed that. I didn't know I wouldn't like that. I didn't realize I would have to rid of this friendship or nurture this one more. And I think when I was in college, I was very antisocial, because I was so afraid and struggling with an eating disorder that I didn't want to let people in. And self-care is about reminding yourself you actually need to actively participate in relationships.
For sure. Also, hi, Kelly. And like what she just said, boundaries aren't about removing people and getting people away from you. They're actually about calling them in and teaching them how to love you. So, echoing what you're saying as well, Kelly.
We teach people how to treat us, right? So what we allow in, what we permit persists.
Yeah, exactly.
Calvin, I'm wondering how we can personalize wellness practices to reflect, our unique backgrounds or cultures. I mean, I think we're all looking. Self-care sounds nice, but how do you self-care? And we all come from different backgrounds and cultures. Maybe we could be idea sharing today. So in your experience, how do you reflect your own personal self-care based on cultural influences or your own upbringing?
Yeah. Well, I think for me, being, a Black guy raised in the South, I'm from Columbia, South Carolina. I feel like being in the South, self-care can look different for African Americans than it can for someone else, right? Because, being raised as a young Black boy, I was always taught to always have my head on a swivel, always, be very, very aware and be very vigilant of my surroundings. And my mother and my father would always tell me, listen to your gut. Like if something doesn't feel right, listen to it because it's probably not right. And, there's been many circumstances where I've taken that into action and I've avoided situations where I could have been hurt, or I've avoided situations where something bad could have happened because I've listened to my intuition. And I feel really blessed that I have this, I say it's like a gift that I have, this intuition that I feel like my parents kind of instilled in me to know when to take breaks from things, when to lean in towards things. Because my dad used to always tell me, you can do anything, but you can't do everything. And I live by that till this day, because I can do anything I set my mind to, but I can't do everything. And if you try to do everything, you're going to burn yourself out. You're going to be stuck in this kind of rut, and you're going to be chasing this thing. And another thing that my dad always says is that don't be the man that finds 4 quarters and complains it wasn't a dollar bill. And I live by that every day too, because it's you have to be grateful for what you have. Because if you find 4 quarters and complain it's not a dollar bill, it's the same amount of money, but it's how you view it, right? So I just feel very blessed that I had parents that, instilled that confidence in me and instilled all those things in me. And, watching them self-care whenever I was a kid, now looking back on it, I was like, those were my parents' ways of taking care of themselves. And they were so mentally and emotionally healthy. And that's why I'm able to be the person that I am. And, I talk to a lot of people and they're like, you're so lucky to have parents that you do, because so many people have opposite scenarios. Their parents didn't support them. Their parents didn't, give them the things that they gave me. So yeah. That was my cultural upbringing. Yeah.
It's beautiful. And they instilled that sense of gratitude, which clearly has served you well, because there's really 2 ways to go into every single day. And it really is a perspective shift. So when we're thinking perspective, mental health comes into mind for me. And I think it's funny how we perceive self-care these days. We hear a lot about the toxic bro culture. It's if you're not cold plunging and you're not doing this and that, and you're not doing self-care right.
That part. Please preach it.
Hung up about it. It's
preach it,
guys. I hardly have time to be by myself. You know what I mean? I got 2 little kids, so we are all self-caring the way that we self-care. Yeah. Kelly, I'd like to ask you, what role does mental health play in redefining self-care in today's world?
Oh boy, I would say that. For me, I'll just say what I do every day. I think sometimes I always appreciate just hearing different perspectives because it looks different for everyone. And earlier this year, I started doing EMDR therapy, which is basically a very specific kind of therapy for trauma survivors. And it was actually very annoying for me to realize I needed it. I was like, oh my God, I've been out of this relationship for God knows how many years. Why am I having flashbacks? I have such a different life now. I'm in a happy relationship. I have great friendships. It's really actually shameful. It felt that way for me to have to feel like I went back. And I learned a lot of very helpful practices in that therapy because I thought it was all going to be all about digging into the nitty-gritty of the past. And my specific therapist has me moving forward so much to at some point I was kind of like, are we going to talk about the stuff or are we just going to keep moving forward? That was hard for me. I really wanted to dig into the nitty gritty, and she advised me every day to listen to a 5-minute affirmations because meditation is so hard for me. I don't even want to face myself every day. So how could I wake up and decide, yeah, I just want to be in here? No. So for me personally, what has really helped is the minute I wake up, I start making my coffee or my matcha. I put on my headphones and I listen to a 5-minute affirmation because I want them to do the work for me. I need help. I want help. I want you to say things to me that I probably would never conjure up myself because they're all very kind things. They're all things that are going to say, I am worthy. I can do this. My future is going to be good. All that stuff is not natural for me. And that's really sets the rest of the day really positively. And then I want to go outside, and every part of that has emotional impact. I can go outside and take a walk. I can not avoid a phone call. It's all these little things that are the check-ins with the self. So it's a lot of that is just mental health based, but putting it into action is what my therapist really forced me to do. She's like, you got to actually do things to get to the higher quality of life. And I was like, oh, I guess.
Taking action, right? Well, we have audience members agreeing with you, relating to you. And I think a lot of people can relate to that. When we get stuck in the mire, how do we take that one step in front of the other just to get out? So Rhea, I want to ask you the same question, just as it pertains to mental health. What does that even mean these days, right? How does it play into redefining self-care?
So ask me the question, the full question.
The question is, what role does mental health play in redefining self-care in today's world?
Got it. Yeah. Well, earpod doesn't want to stay. We're locked in still. I was thinking too hard. It was
pop right out.
Yeah. I think it's evolved so much in a lot of positive ways as well because the conversation has shifted. I think for a lot of us, our parents' generation, like that wasn't even a conversation.
Mm.
So to me, what stands out the most is our generation getting to kind of have that healing and healing that generational trauma with our parents and different generational people in our lives because we have the opportunity to have access to resources, to therapy, to things that aren't taboo or you can't discuss. I think also the conversation of medication and what support looks like for different people is now encouraged in a conversation that can be a lot safer than it once was. Probably not completely safe for everybody. So those are probably the two things I see the most. And I think just like the idea that it's not just talk therapy, that it's actual support. But then on the other side, there is a level of just being able to talk about it, to relate to someone else, to literally know that you're not alone to your core can change and save some people's lives.
Beautiful. So we've talked a little bit tactical, practical, and some of the outside of the box stuff. Let's talk a little woo-woo. I mean, come on, we're talking self-care. Calvin, I'll start with you. I want to ask all three of you this question. How can a person integrate a mind, body, soul approach into their self-care? So really just bringing it back to that almost base understanding of self-care from a holistic approach. I see you with all of your great plants behind you. We're talking about getting out and getting in nature. Do you have any best practices?
Yes, find a hobby that really suits you and something that you don't have to necessarily portray to the world, right? Because I love all of my plants, and what drew me to being a plant dad was that it's not something I have to share with the world, right? It's a very me thing, and like when people come and visit, or when people see it on my Instagram, yeah, it is like people ask questions about it, but I don't feel the need to like broadcast it and always have, it be a part of me. So I feel like you need to find a hobby that's solely just for you and something that really drives you and fuels you every day. I love like waking up and looking at the sun hit these plants and wiping them down and watering them and spraying them and talking to them, singing to them, dancing for them. Do you know what I mean? I know it sounds crazy, but
I know love
it. but yeah, like that's what really drives me is that if somebody can find a hobby that you don't have to, just be like, yeah, I did this today, like you kind of keep it to yourself. And I feel like that really can drive you to have a really good self-care, mind, body, and soul. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Plant dad. I love that.
Thank you.
Kelly. So I love that you're doing therapy. And then we have this like mixed approach of just protecting our boundaries, seeking professional help. And then what do you do just to kind of really sink into the mind, body, soul approach as it pertains to self-care?
I think as we get older, we forget that we actually have to play more.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
a big lesson I learned this year is, am I doing something fun? Like, do I have fun? Am I playing? Do I allow my playful nature to have a place in my life? Because even when I hear the question, what's this mind body approach? It just, for all of us, I feel like we know so much of the literature and the tips and the blah, blah, blah. So we're like, we can do all of that. And we forget that so much of our mental health and our mood and our levels of stress and our quality of sleep can be so impacted by, are we laughing and having happiness during the day? We are so introspective to the point that it can get exhausting, and we're living in the cyclical nature of thinking about the past, what I need to do in the future. What about our childhood selves? They're never going to go away.
Totally.
And so is there a new thing, which, okay, I'm going to admit, I haven't done this yet, but I keep telling myself I'm going to sign up for a gymnastics class.
Yes, girl.
We're going to hold you accountable. Let's go.
Yes. I'm saying this for accountability because I was supposed to start 2 weeks ago. But that's like been my motivation, and it's put me in a good mood to know, like, I prioritize play and I'm going to. And I encourage all of us here, like, just think about, like, what would make you smile? And you don't have to be good at it. Like, I'm not going to be Simone Biles, obviously.
Yeah. And you know what? We're having some audience members chime in and say, play is essential. And I didn't get to do that much as a child. So taking control of it now, right? Because we hear about all the the ice plunges and the mushrooms and the crystals and all of the places we're supposed to go and spend $35 or $135. But what about just reconnecting with self? What about getting outside and connecting with friends and having a grown-up hobby? A lot of us forget to have a grown-up hobby. Rhea, is that something that you've had, that you've reconnected with, or something that you suggest as a coach?
Ooh, absolutely. It's like definitely one of my top 5 tips or tools for any of my clients or anyone I work with is to tap into your joy. Because if you don't know what self-care is and all these things, just like Kelly said, the tools and the this and the tactics and the this, it's sometimes not accessible in those tough moments. But can the something that brings you joy is readily available and a little bit more top of mind and is a form of play? Let's lean into it. And so sometimes for a lot of people don't remember what that is. So I always say, what are some of your hobbies? And if you don't remember what that is, bring back some of those or try something new. So for me, my number one hobby and truly my happy place, I probably think the one self-care piece that will be with me my entire life. For anyone who sees my stories, I swim just about every day. And for losing over 300 pounds in my journey, I was the one place I was weightless. It was one place where my body felt free and safe. And I love to swim. And then I realized so many people don't know how to swim, or so many people felt different about their bodies and wanting to swim. And now I get to teach all my friends' kids how to swim.
Cool.
And it's a workout.
Yeah.
Ooh, so that's my number one. It's like truly my happy place. I'm happy just talking about it.
I'm actually going to take swim lessons this summer and learn how
Kelvin,
to swim.
I will teach you how to swim. You come to Toronto, I will teach you how to swim.
Okay, bet. Because I still don't know how to swim. I'm like 37. I'm like so nervous.
Throw that pinky
but I was
up,
like, this year I need to learn because I have
That's
2 daughters that swim
too.
all the time.
You're like,
yeah.
I want to, but you feel like no one is too old or too whatever to like explore, and it'll be fun for you. Being in the water is such a crazy feeling. I love what you said, Rhea. It really is like weightless, and your imagination can actually really go wild when you're immersed in
100%.
water.
You can tap into your inner child way more easily in water if that resonates for you. Also, Kelly, I'm down to come take a gymnastics class.
No, like really.
I'm holding you guys accountable. Let's do this. This is a team
God.
Amy, you come in or what?
Do it. Yeah. Well, look, I'm in Pennsylvania now, but I'll come
to you.
Here's the thing. When I got sober, I remember my sponsor saying, well, what types of things do you like to do? What hobbies do you have?
Sure.
And I said, I haven't been awake and alert on a weekend day in so long. Who would know? Like, do I like to go to the beach, to the park? I don't know. I'm usually recovering. And I think so many of us, if you really put us to task, we would really have to give it a think. So I'm challenging every single one of you watching right now. In the break after this, put pen to paper, write down 3 things that would bring you joy. 3 things that are a form of self-care that have nothing to do with traditional, commercial self-care. 3 things that make you smile, that you haven't done in a while, or that you've always wanted to try, but you've never tried. And then take one action towards one of them. Sign up for a class, grab a friend for an accountability buddy, tag any of us on Instagram and say, hey, accountability partner, we've got you. All right. We've got you.
We got you.
Because I love this new take on self-care. And you guys, I am just so appreciative of all of you and all of your ideas and concepts, because it really shows us that self-care, A, it's not selfish, and B, it means so many different things. So for those of us who think we don't have time for self-care, maybe just a quick gut check. Are you setting boundaries? Are you participating in life and hobbies that bring you joy? And what else can you do to reconnect with nature, right? And I'm sure if any of us, if you don't know where to start, any of us would probably be available. I'll definitely put myself out there. I'm at Jamie Hess. I think we're at Kelly Yu, at Coach Carey, Coach.Carey.
Yep, Coach.Carey, you got it.
It's your name as well?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Instagram us. We are here to help. It's what
DMs are open.
It's what all this on the gram. DMs are open, and get on the self-care train because it feels good on this side. Well, thank you everybody so much. Thank you guys for participating. I really appreciate your time and your wisdom. And I'll hold space for the next part of this amazing day.
Awesome. Love you all. Thank you.
Love you all. Thank you. Bye.
Oh my goodness. I have so much joy after that panel. Thank you all so much for showing us really just how to delve into self-care in so many unique ways by being so vulnerable and telling your stories. I feel incredibly inspired, and all the comments are definitely feeling inspired too, I can tell. So this is wonderful. This is what today was all about. It was connecting, getting together, spreading joy. So yeah, feeling all the love right now. And after we have enjoyed that panel, Elevating Self-Care, thank you so much for being here, and of course the panelists. We've actually got even more in store with exciting giveaways from my own brand Soltaire, where we believe body care is skincare, and our generous sponsors Shapermint, True Kind, Rebel Beauty, and the Spa Doctor. And next up, we're thrilled to present our Create and Inspire workshop. Everyone has influence with content creator Leslie D. Tucker. So get ready for an empowering session and watch this short little video, and it'll give you an introduction into our next workshop. See you shortly.
Everyone has influence. Discover the power of your influence with Leslie D. Tucker and learn how to create and inspire in your unique way. Join Leslie D. Tucker, brand manager and influencer, as she shares insights on how to harness your personal influence to make an impact, whether big or small, and inspire others with confidence.
What is up, everybody? I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Are we all good to go? Can we hear me? Yes. Okay. My name is Leslie Tucker, like that beautiful intro said, and I'm so excited to be here with you guys. I am the brand strategist with the BodCon and a lifestyle creator. And let me just, toot my own horn or whatever. I have the honor of saying that I helped pick these amazing panelists. Like, Iskra, are you kidding me? You're a queen. Like, Kelly, are you kidding? There's some of these people that like I've chat with personally too. Like, I love Faith, and it's just amazing to see there's people in this space that are inspired and want to help our community. So big thumbs up. Also, shout out to our sponsor, Shapermint. I'm wearing their bodysuit right now, period. They're doing amazing giveaways. And then also thank you to the National Eating Disorder Association, who we are taking donations for. I'm so excited that we got to partner with these amazing people. All right, so let's get into it, okay? So if you're here, you're thinking two things. The first thing is you're like, yes, I'm excited. I want to learn how to be an influencer. Or you're like, I literally have no desire to learn how to be an influencer at all. I don't like social media, but this girl's pretty, so I'm going to stick around and hang out because she's cute. And thank you in advance. But what if I told you it's too late, that you are already an influencer? And you're like, girl, what are you talking about, Leslie? Like, I'm not an influencer, I'm an accountant. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like I said, I don't like social media, right? But what if I told you that being an influencer was bigger than social media? Today, I want to touch on what having true influence really means. How can you use influence in your personal life, with your family, or even at work, right? So let's give a little story time. So I love the water. Just like Coach Harry said, I'm obsessed with being in the water. I've been like that since I was a little girl. I don't even know who taught me how to swim. I just jumped in and boom, I was a fish, right? And I remember I lived in North Carolina. We went swimming, all of us as a family, and we were playing Marco Polo or some sort of pool game. And I remember this like it was yesterday. I was standing outside of my pool, and I just saw like a little bug like flying around, and I didn't think anything of it. And I tried to swat it away. And I literally remember doing this, like hitting it toward my face, and I got stung by a wasp. And when I tell you, I was waving my hand, running around the pool. Nobody knew what was happening. Imagine we're playing Marco Polo, and then you just see a girl just freaking out for no reason. You have no idea what's happened. I cannonball into that pool like my life depended upon it. Like, I thought that the water was going to help this sting, right? But I didn't even know what happened myself. So my cousin, she's 2 years older than me, actually witnessed this happen. And to her, it was a horrific event, right? And let me tell you something. My cousin has never been stung by a bee once in her life, okay? Not once in her life, but she's deathly afraid of bees. She has a whole sleeve tattoo. She has both her nose pierced, her lip pierced, all her ears pierced, but she is definitely afraid of getting a bee sting. And let me tell you, I have one tattoo and I'll never do it again. It's the worst pain of my life. And I try to explain to her over and over and over again that
a bee sting really doesn't really hurt as much as a tattoo. But because she saw my personal experience, that influenced her to be afraid of bees. So I was not an influencer as a child, and I wasn't even trying to sell the fear of bees. I was just existing, and my reaction to this wasp had a long lasting impression on my cousin. So, your coworkers, your family, your friends, anyone who's around you, whether you subconsciously know it or not, you can have an impact on those around you. Now, when you look in the mirror and you grab your belly in front of someone and say, "Oh, I need to lose some weight," or "Oh, I need to stop eating so much. Oh, I'm so gross. Oh, I need to go on a diet." Your sister, daughter, brother, best friend are also taking in that information. You see, you can be a positive influence or you could be a negative influence just by being yourself. And I'm sorry to be a Debbie Downer so early on. I promise it's gonna get better. It gets really super lame when you talk real like that. But I needed to get your attention. So the goal for today's workshop, it's going to be here to give you these 4 techniques to amplify your impact. Okay. So the 4 things that we're going to go over is 1, how to build relationships or the importance of building a relationship. 2, communicating effectively. 3, being authentic. And 4, how to lead by example. Now, building your relationships, you do that to foster a genuine connection with others. Communicating effectively, you can use clear and positive communication to convey messages. 3, being authentic, that means that you can stay true to yourself, and authenticity breeds trust. And lastly, leading by example demonstrates the behaviors you wish to see in others. Okay, so while I have all y'all attention, I'm one of those people that need attention, so I need to make sure you guys are paying attention to me. So I'm gonna ask you guys to do things in the chat, so that way we know that we're here together. And the first thing I would like you guys to put in the chat is what influence means to you, right? What is your personal definition of influence? So while you guys are doing that, I'm gonna tell you what my definition of influence is. Influence is the ability to affect the thoughts, feelings, or behaviors of others. It involves shaping how people perceive situations and make decisions, often through communication, relationships, or persuasion. Positive influence leads to constructive outcomes, while negative influence can result in undesirable behaviors, like my cousin's feasting. Essentially, influence is about creating a change in others, right? So there's 2 ways that you can go about this. And I love this. It says one of the comments say affecting others' behavior, right? And that is like the short to the point definition of what influence is, right? So let's talk a little bit about building relationships, fostering genuine connection with others. Okay, so you cannot influence someone that does not trust you. This is why most influencers are so successful. You know, they show up for their audience consistently and they're vulnerable with their experiences. And we hope that they're being honest. Right? This happens over time, though. Having instant influence is very rare. And you don't have to know someone on a deep level to make an effective impact. And here's an example of making an impact without really knowing people as much. I used to have a job, okay? A job. I still have a job, but it was like one of those regular jobs that I didn't want to be at. it was not my cup of tea. But let me tell you, I did the best that I could at that job. I used to work in health insurance, and we had this thing called a wow call. And because I was in customer service, I took on a lot of phone calls and I did my best customer service work. If the customer wanted to speak to your manager because of the great work that you did, if they thought, they were like, wow, she was a beautiful person, I want to give her a compliment, let me get your manager. That's called a wow call. One day I came into my office and I had a huge package on my desk, like literally the biggest package ever. And I was like, what is this? This literally had toothpaste, cleaning supplies, house supplies. So the reason why this is because Colgate was one of our clients at the time, and they own like Fabuloso, like they own more than just the toothpaste. So I see this huge package and I'm like, what is going on? What happened was that I won the package for the most wow calls. And it's crazy because I didn't even know it was a competition. I was just doing my job. I was just I'm really extra like that. I don't know if you could tell from my energy, but I try to stay positive for the most part. And literally the next week, my neighbor, his name was Dan, he won the most wow calls that following week. And then soon enough, our entire unit was known for wow calls. And this was a consistent thing for months and months and months. It was like, we don't know what's going on with your unit, but they're doing the best with wow calls. And the crazy thing is, like I said, I didn't even know it was a competition, but I was doing the best that I could at my job. And this influenced everyone around me to do the same. You know, they wanted what I had. They wanted the joy of me winning a package, the excitement. And one of the cool things about doing my job, this led me to more opportunities to train others, do special projects. And my manager, because I was doing my job, trusted me. I built a relationship without even knowing I was building a relationship. She saw that without her even asking, that I was doing the best that I could. My manager trusted me and my coworkers trusted me. One of my favorite quotes is from Jim Rohn. It says, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with," right? I know you guys have heard that. But you want to be wary of the people who are around you, because this could be positive and negative. Imagine if I would have slacked off and had a bad attitude, none of those opportunities would have even come my way. So that's why it's good to lead with integrity. It doesn't matter what everybody else is doing, it really matters what you're doing. So this leads me into the next spot, which is communicate effectively. Use clear and positive communication to convey your message. Another quote that I found, Sheryl Sandberg: "Communication works for those who work at it," right? So have you ever, like, I don't know if any of you have kids or any of you have family members, brothers, sisters, and you ever asked like a kid, like after spending a lot of money on them, like, "Oh, did you have fun?" And they're like, "It's okay." It's okay. Let me tell you, I took my nephew to the circus and I got his VIP front row tickets, okay? I got him the overpriced toy. We was riding on the horse, the whole thing. And at the end, he was like, "It was just okay." Some of you are like my nephew. You can love an experience, a place, a person so much internally, but no one would externally ever know. If you have someone in your life that you see is struggling with their confidence, or I don't know if you have someone who has like their own niche, like maybe they're artists and they're so hard on themselves, and in your mind you're like, "Oh, they're so amazing, like I don't understand why they can't see what I see." It's probably because no one told them. So in order to build trust, you have to tell that person how you feel about them or their product, right? Especially if they're selling something. If you see a lot of influencers, a lot of the most successful people who are influencers these days are actually saying, "Oh, I actually naturally love this frog." Like they just love it and they're sharing it and they're being honest with how they feel, and people can hear that, right? Now, you also will find that communicating when you're sad, hurt, or offended in a positive way would take you further than internalizing it or having those around you wonder what's wrong. That can also get rid of trust. I don't know if you're a ticking time bomb, but there's been times where I'm like, I don't know what's going on with this person, but I'm gonna stay away from them because I can't figure it out. Or if you're one of those people that, tricks your kid, like, "Hey, did you break this vase in the living room?" And you say, "You're not going to get in trouble." And then what happens? They get in trouble. You have to communicate and say what you mean and mean what you say, and also be open with communicating your positive and negative experiences. Because let me tell you, I went to a barbecue once and this girl made macaroni and cheese in a crock pot. And I said, "Girl, this is the worst macaroni and cheese I ever had, but I love you. We're still friends." But I saved her for future humiliation from that macaroni and cheese, right? So sometimes being honest is the most helpful thing that you can do, especially when it's a negative experience. So the third thing is to be authentic. Stay true to yourself. Authenticity breeds trust. I don't know if you guys are seeing the overarching theme here, but trust is everything. And all these things that we're doing is building trust with the people around you. So when you're being authentic, this can lead to improving relationships, increasing your self-confidence, and having greater fulfillment within your life. So yeah, not the mac and cheese, right? I'm telling you, girl, all right? So, so when you're improving relationships, when you are genuine, people are more likely to feel comfortable being themselves around you, leading to more meaningful interactions. When you're increasing your self-confidence, you're embracing your true self, and this can boost your self-esteem. When you align with your actions with your values and beliefs, you feel more empowered and confident in who you are. And lastly, having greater fulfillment, living authentically shows you to pursue your goals and your passions that truly resonate with you, leading you to a more satisfying and fulfilling life. So being authentic can be hard, okay? I'm not telling you these things like it's the easiest thing. It can be so hard when everyone's telling you that you should not be, especially on social media. You do something that someone doesn't like and they're coming for you, right? But you have to do what you believe, right? The one promise I can make you is that someone somewhere is not going to like you because of their own life experiences. It's not your job to convince anyone to like you. You only have to allow your tribe to find you. Okay. Another quote that I found is that authenticity is a daily practice of letting go of who we think we're supposed to be and embracing who we are. So at the end of the day, being authentic is not something that people can do overnight, especially because a lot of us have been playing a character for majority of our life. Not everyone, but a lot of us. We wake up in the morning and we make our bed because that's what our parents told us to do, right? Or you genuinely love to make your bed, but it's your job to realize and figure out why you do and like the things that you do and like, okay? So lastly is leading by example. Demonstrate the behaviors you wish to see in others. So before I get into this last tip, like I said, I wanted to have you guys interact in the chat with me. And I want you guys to write in there. I want to ask you to share a time where you influence someone positively. And then if we have time at the end, I would love to share it with everyone in here. Another one of my favorite motivational speakers is Mel Robbins, okay? And something that she stated is that you are one decision away from a completely different life. And I won't spend too much time on this specifically because we all know what leading by example means. If anything, we're told this in elementary school over and over again. Don't follow your little friends. I'm not one of your little friends, right? Well, for my family, that's one of those things. They'll be like, what are your friends? You want to be your own self, right? And one of the things that I'm going to say is that it's probably one of the scariest steps of all. You can have an amazing idea. We had Sarah Chihuahua on, love her, on one of our panels. And one of the things is that she was the trailblazer for what she was doing. There was nobody else doing what her or Marie Dene was doing at that time, right? And I hate to break it to you, but your amazing idea, you might have to be the trailblazer for that. And it's scary because that comes with uncertainty. But if you don't, who's going to do it? I remember when I quit to be a content creator. Okay, it wasn't it was dirty. It wasn't a clean cut idea, right? If anything, I didn't think it through. I kind of just quit my job on a whim and I said, okay, I'm going to figure it out. Everybody else is doing it. I can do it. And my family was horrified by me being in bikinis and having bikini hauls and being in a sports bra in public. It was not an easy task, right? But I knew that I was being true to myself, right? I used to say, if people wear sports bra in the gym, why can't I? Like, I'm hot too, literally, physically, and figuratively. Like, I literally am hot. Nobody else has to wear a sweatsuit. Why am I wearing a sweatsuit in the gym, right? And, but, other side of it was that people don't wear sports bras or crop tops that look like me. That's just not a thing. But I wanted to. That's what I wanted to do. So I did. Now my Nima, she's my biggest hater in my fashion choices, but she's my biggest supporter either way, right? She, understands and commends me now for being myself, even though she was one of those people who were like, don't do that. That's not the right choice. You got back rolls, and I still got those back rolls, right? They're not going anywhere anytime soon, I don't think. Whatever happens at this point. But I'm gonna wear a sports bra if I am 100 pounds lighter, 100 pounds heavier, it's hot, right? But one of the things that happened by being true to myself is now she's like, oh, she's not at the point where she can wear a sports bra in the gym, right? But it inspires her. She's like, I wish I could have your confidence. Like, it means so much to me that you are able to be yourself without fear, right? She my also to see like my mom come out and go to the gym with just a sports bra comfortably, like she's made it very clear, Leslie, if it wasn't for you, I would have never done that in a million years. And to be quite honest, that right there is influence. I mean, like I said, that word has been turned into a job, right? But I just want to commend you. Like, if you are someone in your family that's doing their thing, or maybe you're not where you want to be yet, just remember everyone around you is watching you, and you can either choose to stay in the crowd or you can step out and be the person that makes a difference in your job, your community, or in your family. And it's not going to be an overnight change for sure, but it's something that you could do little by little. So what I would like you guys to share with me to hold us all accountable in this chat is to write down something specific from these list of tips that I gave you that you can apply today. Is it just maybe telling someone how you feel about them? Like, wow, girl, you're pretty. I'm waiting. You guys can put it in. I'll take it. I'll take the I love it, right? Or maybe it's someone that you've seen has struggled with their confidence, whether it's their body, their skin, their color, right? It could be one of those things. When I stopped coloring my hair during the pandemic and transitioned to becoming proudly silver, let me tell you something. I've been wanting to dye my hair silver forever. I actually, when I get box braids, I wear silver hair because I feel my most confident. And isn't that crazy that we're living two different experiences? For you, it was a big change for you to wear your silver hair. And for me, it's a fashion statement. So I hope that gives you some sort of encouragement that, girl, like, you're the trend. Okay? You're the trend. So have no fear with whatever you decide. Give it a year. Everybody's going to have silver hair. And you're going to be like, well, thank goodness I stopped dyeing my hair because everyone else is doing it, right? So that actually is it for my chat. Everyone has influence. It probably wasn't what you guys were expecting. I think a lot of people think that it's about being an influencer and having a job. But let me tell you, your kids, your family, everyone at your job is watching you. And you can be the one to make a difference in your community. So that is it for me, guys. I'm going to go ahead and end it here unless you have 1 minute if you guys have any questions. But that is it for me. I really appreciate you guys all joining me. And I hope that you got something out of this chat. I love you guys. And oh, yeah, can you guys DM me your favorite speakers? Because the BodCon has to keep going. It has to keep going. All right. I love you guys. Peace.
That was incredible. Thank you so much, Leslie. I feel like we all need a bestie like Leslie in our lives. But that was truly an inspiring workshop. So thank you all so much for joining us. And you know what? It really made me think about my own journey of like influence. And when I heard people start like calling me like an influencer, and I was like, what is that? And it's been fascinating because I think now we can delve into the idea that it is a really beautiful thing to be able to do when you use it in a positive, powerful way. So you are all influencers. We're all here trying to inspire and uplift each other. And I hope you're ready because we're going to be taking a little 5-minute short break, but we are then going to be coming back with the VIP mixer. So I will see you in a few. Remember to take care of yourselves, write down those notes. I feel like there's already so many takeaways. Don't get overwhelmed. And I will see you back here shortly. So we have got the VIP mixer going on right now. Is my mic muted? Hi, everyone. I've just been trying to figure out some technical difficulties on the mixer Zoom. So figuring that out currently. I'm just going to come off camera for a second.
Get ready for an exclusive opportunity to connect with some of the most inspiring voices in confidence and empowerment. Our VIP Q&A mixer brings together powerhouse women who are shaping the way we see ourselves. Join TikTok dating influencer Risa Tisa, brand manager and influencer Leslie D. Tucker, confidence coach Gabrielle Richards, podcast host Rachel K. Grimm, and supermodel and self-love advocate Iskra Lawrence. Don't miss your chance to ask questions, share stories, and be inspired at the BodCon VIP Q&A mixer.
everyone. I'm so excited to be back. We just had the most incredible VIP mixer. It was intimate. I feel like we got to be really vulnerable. Vulnerable, just made up a new word, everyone. Vulnerable, and like share even more of my story as well. So that was really, truly special. Thank you to everyone who joined the VIP mixer. And now we're going to take another little quick 5-minute break. But we want you to stay to watch this very important video from our partner, Nida. So we'll be back shortly with even more empowering sessions and conversations, so don't go anywhere. background music, but welcome back. I hope you're feeling a little bit refreshed because we're about to get into it and dive into an incredible fireside chat with the woman who led us all into her life like no other. So get ready to be inspired and let's watch this short video to meet our amazing speaker, Risa Tisa, and see what's coming up next. And let's keep the energy going and all the questions in the comments.
Discover how to maintain authentic connections and build lasting relationships in today's digital world, where love might not always be as blind as we think. Join Iskra Lawrence and TikTok dating influencer Risa Tisa as they share insights on navigating modern love, building confidence in your connections, and finding authenticity in a digital world where dating is constantly evolving.
Okay, here we go. You'll wait. Here she is. Hi. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to BodCon 2024.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so good to see you.
How's your day going? How are you feeling?
It's going. It's good.
That's like the year. And Philip, my husband, might be running down the stairs any time to come meet you because he is your biggest fan, and he definitely was the one who put me on. We're a little bit obsessed with all things relationships and love and just understanding because it is such a big part of our lives. And I know that you really you let the whole world into your life in a way that no one has ever done before. So firstly, thank you for having, what inspired you to make the first video? Was it one video or were you like, I'm about to do 50? What got you to that place to want to share?
No, so I didn't think it was going to be 50 parts, but the decision was simply, I'm going to just tell the whole story from start to finish, however many parts it'll be, and go ahead and just own, the good, the bad, the embarrassing, the missed flags, everything, and just put it out there. But I definitely didn't think a lot of people were going to watch it simply because it was 10-minute videos. And, TikTok is typically 30 seconds and you're on to the next thing. So I really didn't think a lot of people were going to sit down and watch it and share it and really get into it.
I mean, it's proof in a world, and as someone who creates content and is online, we're constantly told 3 seconds. That's the only thing people will give you attention. They'll give you attention for 3 seconds. And if it's longer than that, they don't pay attention. You changed. You flipped the script in a whole different way. And you enabled us to actually take 10 minutes of our lives to just sit and listen and take something in. So I think you really helped a lot of people heal. I think it was therapy for a lot of people. And so we're going to delve into the questions now because I feel like we're also probably going to have a lot of questions in the comments. So feel free to drop them, everybody. Yeah, look, you have a knack for storytelling. It was riveting. I mean, is there a movie coming? Is there a book coming? You must be doing all the things.
There is a book coming. So you guys are first to kind of hear of that. There is a book coming. I just finished the book proposal. So book proposal, shop it, and then that's coming. And then the show, which we're in the very, very, very early stages of the show, but that's in the works with Natasha Rothwell.
Love this. Okay, so let's talk about social media. How has social media changed the way that we approach dating and relationships?
Man, social media, it's a great tool, but at the same time, it is such a dangerous tool because people can send out their representatives, right? Yeah. And you don't actually know who you are meeting. Even when you meet face to face, you do not know who this person is because social media has kind of made us think that it's real when in fact a lot of it is very, very artificial. So it's hard to date and be authentic in a world that literally was designed to be virtual and by definition is not even real in itself.
And how do we, because there's key differences, right, between a digital and an in-person connection. How do we bridge that gap? How do we,
Man, so the thing about bridging the gap, the internet allows you to meet any and everyone, right? Which is that's why I say it's a wonderful tool. You can meet someone literally on the other side of the world, but you cannot forget that personal connection and that personal one-on-one, because a person can only put on their mask but for so long. And in social media, it allows you to put that mask on every single day, all day. Right. But one-on-one in the real world, basically, it eventually has to come off. So I try to really encourage people, if you meet someone on social media or in the digital world, that's great. But make sure that as you transition into real life, you are paying attention to everything. And is it matching up with not only what your values are, but what this person, their representative, initially showed you in the virtual world?
And so I'm thinking, because you've been very open about the missed flags, do you have new red flags that are like your absolute boundaries of like, I'm never going to miss these again? Or, if you're currently talking to new people or navigating new relationships, whether that be romantically or even friendship or even work, what are some of the red flags that are just like no-goes?
Some of the red flags for me personally that weren't red flags before. And so again, this is a learning journey. I'm just keeping it real. But for me, if someone puts me down, but they try to describe it as a joke, that's a huge red flag. Especially if I'm trying to put in effort and I'm trying to come and be authentic and be who I am. And even if there's misunderstanding, they put you down, but yet they think it's funny. I don't think it's funny anymore. So I'm not laughing at when you try to insult or belittle or disrespect me. Another thing that I think is a red flag that I did not catch before, but now I do. If I tell you, hey, this bothers me, this is something that I don't align with, and you are not even trying to meet me halfway to change that, that is a huge red flag. That's something that I'm going to walk away from, because I respect people who are at least trying and they're putting in effort.
Because I feel like there is a misconception, right? When people say you shouldn't want to change somebody when you're in a relationship. However, I have to agree with you in the aspect of it's not like you're wanting to change who they are, but there might be certain behaviors or certain even like it's really cool. Me and Philip have very open conversations. And I remember him saying, I love that you're English, but your English accent can sound extra condescending sometimes. And he just said, there's something with your tone sometimes. If you could like work on that a little bit. And that was something I'm willing to do. It wasn't changing who I was, but it was just being observant, being like a Virgo, being pretty particular, liking my things the way it was. Plus, I guess, having this extra like accent and pizzazz. I was like, okay, let me work on my tone. And similar with him, I was like, can you just try and close the kitchen cabinets? Or like, there's little things, right? But what about confidence? Confidence, I feel like plays such a big role in relationships. And we talk about this, like, you can't love yourself. I mean, you can't love someone else until you love yourself. How do you feel like your confidence played into, your previous relationships versus your new relationships moving forwards?
So I'll just be honest with you and the audience. I feel as though I had no confidence, which is what led me to even be in the marriage that I was in, because I was not even remotely taking care of myself. So now, and I've been very, very open about this, where I am very much hitting the brakes on dating because there's a lot of healing that needs to get done. But one of the things that I feel as though knowing who I am and standing in who I am is the reason why I am not afraid anymore to say, you know what, God, if this person isn't for me, remove them. And that is such a very, very powerful prayer. I know everyone has their things, but for me, I'm very confident in saying, if you are not for me, God, please remove them, because I don't even want to waste my time. I don't even want to get invested. I don't even want to go through that, because the fact of the matter is I've been there before. And this is a lesson I learned, which is if you love you and you are good with you, another person's not going to complete you. They're not, It's not the fantasy that you think it's going to be. So you have to be okay with walking away. And I admit, when I made the Who the F Did I Marry 50-part series, I was not okay with walking away, which is why I put up with a lot of stuff that most people are like, what were you thinking? Because I wasn't okay to walk away. Now that I'm learning myself, loving myself, healing myself, I'm not afraid to walk away. And that is all tied into that confidence.
Were you afraid of failing, like failure in, walking away from a marriage? Because I've heard people, and I've even had, a close friend who was in a relationship for 13 years and a marriage for 8 years. And, there was abuse there, and it was a lot. There was a lot going on. And, a lot of us kind of like, she seemed like a really confident person, successful. And she said it was very much like, I remember, grown up, had divorced parents, and said, I do not want to fail in marriage, so I'm gonna just stick with it and just like power through and just like try and like figure it out, and eventually like it will work out. Is there elements of that? Or you said about feeling whole. Do you think there was like work you could have done before or during the marriage that would have helped you feel like you were enough to walk away sooner? Or
so for me, I was married for a total of 6 months, right? And my attitude in the beginning of the marriage was, you made your bed, you're gonna have to lie in it.
Yeah.
The issue that I had within my marriage was, I found out very quickly I had no idea who I married. None. So it is a little different when you discover everything was a lie. And it was almost as if I had absolutely no choice but to leave, because so many things were in danger. However, I know that the attitude of, I'm going to stick this out, I don't want to fail. I did not get married to get divorced. But I also have to be honest with myself that my reasons for getting married were not really 100% in the right. So I started off on the left foot. You know what I mean? And so in owning that, it was kind of like, okay, how do I fix this? Well, once I discovered this was not going to be fixable, my only option was to leave, and to leave as quickly and as strategically as I possibly could. I know everyone's situation is different, and some people do get married and they're like, I didn't think it was going to be this, but I'm gonna stick it out. And I've been taught marriage is for better or for worse. But I do think it's important that you marry someone you actually know what you are dealing with, so that way you don't have to make those kinds of decisions 6 months later. But I laugh because honestly, sometimes you have to laugh to keep from crying. So it's just one of those things where, in my case, I left because I had no idea. As I said in the series, I had no idea who was in that guest bedroom. No idea.
It's terrifying, and obviously you found that out in a short space of time. But there are people who turn around after 20 years of marriage. I had someone at my school, and found out his dad had a whole other family in a different country, and that can happen to people at any time in these relationships. So how can you heal from that? You've just found out this information. Like you said, you're looking at this person who you fell in love with, who you already spent your life with, and now you're looking at them and you're thinking, this is a stranger. Not only is this a stranger, you destroyed my trust. You destroyed the holy sacrament of marriage, like the one thing maybe you've been like thinking about your whole life. I'm going to marry this person that I love, and you destroyed all of that because of your own selfishness or ego or whatever it might be. How do you take the first step, day one, of healing from that? Where do you start?
So I think the first decision is, number one, do you want to stay, or do you want to stay? Do you want to leave? I'm a big believer in whichever one you choose is your right. So if you decide you want to stay and work on it, then that is your right to stay and work on it. If you choose to leave, and sometimes I know in my case, the leaving wasn't so much the hard part, because it almost was as if I was acting on adrenaline. I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here quickly. I got to go. It wasn't until, and I did talk about this, where I got my final divorce decree. And that's when all of those emotions just came at one time. So to the people who decide that they're leaving, this is what I am learning. So I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm a know-it-all, because I'm not. But give yourself grace and give yourself time. It's okay. I'm telling myself this, and I will say this to every woman and every man. You will get through this, but it is going to take some time. You will have days where you miss them, and you will have days where you may want to commit a felony. It takes time. It takes time. Give yourself that grace. And more so than something I really want to advocate for, it is therapy.
Yeah.
Talking it out, getting out those emotions. Don't bottle it in. Don't internalize it, because it only hurts you. So once you decide which way you want to go, it's really important that you create boundaries for yourself. What is a trigger to you that you're like, I can't see this, I can't hear this? That's okay, because you're trying to heal something. And as we all know, even when you get surgery, it takes time to heal.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? So the healing part, this is where I'm trying to be honest and vulnerable with people when I say I'm still in a healing journey, because social media will make you think you should immediately move on to someone else. No. Yeah. Take your time. Yeah. And take your time in your own what works for you. My time may not be your time. Your time may not be her time. Everyone's journey is different. But one thing I have learned is that everyone deserves grace to themselves, because sometimes the biggest beat that we get is the one we give ourselves. And I'm guilty of that. You know?
For sure. Yeah, no, this is beautiful, really gentle advice. I love it. And to think that you were healing whilst the world was watching, I'm sure you never expected that. Did you feel like this 50-part series was kind of therapy for you? And do you encourage people, they don't have to make a 50-part series, but like writing the letter or doing some kind of like exercise to like really put down, like maybe it's journaling or something, these thoughts and process it?
So I not only do I advocate for people to get their story out, but I always add a little bit to that, which is get your story out in the manner that you are comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have to duplicate the 50-part series that I did or this 72-part series somebody else did. You may simply have one part, and your one part may not be for social media. Your one part may be a letter. It may be a journal. It may be talking to your family and your friends and saying, okay, I'm ready to get this out. Your one part may be a book. You know what I mean? So you don't have to duplicate what someone else did, but get it out when you're ready. Don't let anyone make you tell your side of the story before you're ready, before it's time. Because part of the healing journey, at least from what I can admit, this story all happened in 2020, 2021. I was not ready to talk about it until 2024. You see what I'm saying? So give yourself, express who you are and how you feel when it's ready for you on your terms, the way that you see it's best for you.
I love that. And then in the comments, they're saying express on your own terms, because you have like, there is a sense of when you have some kind of, let's just call it failed relationship, losing ownership of that time of that relationship, almost like someone's stolen it from you. You know, you've got the rug pulled under your feet. You thought you were going one way and then whoo. So I totally agree. I think getting it back to it being on your terms is definitely a way to re-empower yourself. Now, we're still talking about obviously dating in a digital first world. So how would you help individuals, anyone who's, you know, watching right now, who's trying to date or build relationships? How do they be more authentic and create long-lasting connections online?
So if you are an authentic person, don't change that. Be you, right? But you're going to have to create some sort of boundary that is best for you. Because in this world, you will have people who will approach you and say everything they think that you want to hear. And you have to be able to say, okay, if this does not align with me, I'm leaving. Period. Just because you were dating does not mean that you owe some sort of explanation or contract to people. In the simplest form, as you are going through the virtual world of dating and you're meeting people, have conversations, have fun. As you are getting to know them one-on-one, face-to-face, go ahead and you know, I've said this before, get you a background check. Like, I am a big believer in get you that background check just in case. I say this like trust but verify. You can trust what they're saying, but verify everything. And please understand that I'm saying this as Risa Tisa, who went through a situation where I did not verify stuff. And I verified it after getting married. I want to be able to try and save someone the headache of verifying afterwards. Verify on the front end. Because again, the world that we live in is so much more open because of social media and digital dating, right? But you still got to do your checks and balances because, again, you may be authentic. That doesn't mean that they are authentic. They very well may come at you as authentic. There's nothing wrong with verifying the information that you're given, especially if this is someone that you're considering having a relationship with.
Absolutely. The way I'm imagining some people now going home and Risa Tisa said, I'm about to check it, I can just imagine it. But okay, I have one, it's kind of a silly question. Are you checking phones or not? Have we got a man that's with the phone down all the time by the side of his bed when he's in the shower? Are we asking for the password? Are we checking his phone when he's asleep? Are we not? How do we handle little things like that? Because I know this actually comes up because I have had tons of friends be like, I had this gut feeling and I just had to check his phone.
Okay. If you had asked me this in 2019, my answer would be different.
Ooh, okay.
So my 2024 answer is I do not check phones.
Okay.
I absolutely, under no circumstance am I going through your phone.
Okay.
Because, and this is why I say this, if I think that there's something that's not sitting right and there's something in your phone, I'm just going to trust the fact there's something in your phone. And I said it before in the series and people thought that I was kidding. I do not go through phones. I did it. You absolutely will find something. If you look for it, you're going to find something. And the thing is, it may not even be what you're thinking it is.
Yeah.
But if you have something in you that says something's not right, 2024, am telling you then something's not right.
Yeah.
And I am now choosing to believe that voice over anything else. You can keep your phone, you can keep your password, you can keep all that because eventually it will come out. But I'm going to trust that intuition. I do not go through phones anymore. I don't go through phones.
Past two relationship have checked their phones, not going to lie. I felt the gut intuition, of course, found exactly what I thought, or something similar, right? This relationship, gosh, nearly 8 years now, not checked his phone once. And I agree. Or at least I think my first response is, if there was any niggly gut thing, is the conversation. Like, bring it up and be like, that didn't sit right with me. I remember actually one of the first times, this was when we were first together, he liked his ex-girlfriend's picture on Instagram. And I felt embarrassed and humiliated to have to bring this up. And I started with that. I was like, listen, this is embarrassing because I know it's just an Instagram like, but I didn't like it. I'm just going to let you know and get it out in the air, or else I could be weird. I could have some weird energy with you. And we really set off on that kind of like, at the start of our relationship, just honesty, openness, like let each other know what you aren't comfortable with. And listen, Risa Tisa, we're going to verify. We're going to trust and verify. And that is the energy for 2025. So I would love to know, just to wrap this all up, what do you hope 2025 is going to bring you? What's the energy for your 2025? You know, how can we support you? What's 2025 looking like for you?
So for me, what I hope 2025 brings me is a new level of peace and a new level of confidence.
Yeah.
Not arrogance, not cockiness, no, but a new level of, I really do. I like Risa. I like her. She's cool because I know her. So I hope 2025 brings that sense of I know who I am. And whether I meet someone or I don't meet someone, the fact of the matter is I'm a whole lot stronger than I gave myself credit for, because I very much was embarrassed and shamed and all these other things. And now I feel like I'm going into 2025 owning it. I know I messed up. I know I saw red flags and they were pink and all this other stuff. But you know what? My heart and my goal is that the audience sees she doesn't have it all together, but at least she's trying. Like, she's not even going to pretend that she has it all together. At least she's trying. And she's honest about the fact that, look, I got some days where I struggle to get out of bed and to go do an interview where they're going to ask me, so why did you stay? And I'm owning it. And I see and I feel a sense of freedom in owning it. And that's what I hope to convey to other people. You do not have to have it all together. You do not have to have the perfect lighting, the perfect makeup. You can have a scarf on your head and tell your story however you want to tell your story, because the heart of it is the story, not how you look. You know what I mean? So I hope it brings me a new level of peace. I hope that it's a new level of success and favor, because that's I want to help people, but at the same time, I want to do it in a way where people are like, you know what? She's not trying to preach at me. Like, she's like my cousin. I can just talk to Risa. That's what I hope.
You did. You let us in a way that people just haven't before. And yeah, thank you for online friendship and vulnerability. And yeah, you really set the stage for so many of us to be more vulnerable as well. So really appreciate you. Thank you for your time today. We will be following along, getting that book on pre-order, waiting for the show. So yeah. Oh, wait. I think someone might be coming.
Is he there?
Yes, he's here. I was like texting him, where are you?
Oh my goodness.
This is Philip. This is our baby, our second baby.
Hi.
Huge fan of how you built your brand. And it's something that I use for the artists that I manage, of like how to just be authentic with your story, and like how you don't need all the production, you don't need all the glitz and glamour. All you need is like real authentic storytelling. And I'm just so happy and proud of you being able to tell your truth, and that it's resonated with so many people.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. But seriously, I really, really do appreciate that. That means a lot. It really does.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. All right, everyone. Speak to you in a second. Bye, Risa. Okay, well, that was special, and I'm glad Philip caught the last 2 minutes. I was like, where are you? This is such a great conversation. BodCon, I feel like this has been such a wonderful day, because when we talk about confidence, it shows up in so many different areas of our lives. And so I just really feel honored that we're getting these incredible insights from just the most wonderful humans. So we're about to take a little 5-minute break. I know we went over a little bit, so make sure you grab a drink, get a little snack, hydrate, and get ready for our next panel that's going to be Reclaim Your Career and Confidence. Stop downplaying your greatness, with Carly Polinsky, Dr. Laurie Sharp-Page, and Megan Morin. And remember, we've got more exciting giveaways, and we'll be waiting for those. Keep engaging in the conversation and the chat, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Confidence starts with feeling good in your own skin. At TrueKind, we've reimagined bras that are made for every body, so you can focus on what really matters. As America's #1 wire-free bra brand, with over 5 million bras sold, we believe that all women deserve high-quality, comfortable support. Because being true to yourself is what matters most. We're proud to sponsor the BodCon 2024, celebrating confidence and empowering women everywhere. TrueKind, because confidence is true to you.
Carly. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're ready for our next exciting panel, Reclaim Your Career and Your Confidence, Stop Downplaying Your Greatness. This is going to be moderated by the amazing Jamie Hess. I'm so ready for her energy again, with panelists Carly Polosnik, Laurie Sharp-Page, and Megan Morin. This session will dive into how confidence can skyrocket our careers. Okay, now let's watch this little short video and get ready to be inspired.
This panel will empower you to recognize and embrace your full potential in both your personal and professional life. Learn strategies to confidently own your strengths, advance your career, and stop minimizing your greatness. Featuring Carly Polosnik, body positive advocate and content creator, Laurie Sharp-Page, Chief Coping Officer, and Megan Morin, founder of Melanated Beauty Spa.
Hi, everybody. Hey, fabulous panel. Okay, so first, a quick reintroduction of myself. I'm back again. My name is still Jamie Hess, and I introduced myself earlier with a lot of the things that I do today. So today, I'm a content creator, a keynote speaker, an on-air personality on shows like Good Morning America, The View, The Today Show, and also on QVC, where I became friends with Gabby and watched Shapermint slay the game. But prior to all of that, I spent 17 years as a senior level PR executive on brands like McDonald's, General Motors, LinkedIn, Barry's Boot Camp, and W Hotels Worldwide. When my Instagram took off and I started as a wellness influencer, I began to build myself as a brand. So I ditched my corporate job. And by the way, many people, including my own mom, were like, "Are you nuts? You don't leave a six-figure job with health insurance to go be an influencer." And I was pregnant, by the way. So leaving that health insurance was a big thing. But I said, with all due respect, Mom, I think it's going to work. And I 5x'd my income within 18 months. Now, the reason that I was able to do that and build myself as a money-earning brand so quickly was because my expertise was in building brands. So I was at a very unique juxtaposition of being a PR executive who used to hire the influencers and being a content creator. So I really know what it takes to make a successful brand. And you, my friends, not just my illustrious panel, but everybody watching, you are all brands. So I think we all know in today's world, our front-facing persona is a brand-building exercise, and our confidence and character are all pieces of that puzzle. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Just so you all know, I have a course called Brand Ninja. If you want to know more about that, it's coachjamiehess.com. I teach people how to get the brand deals of their dreams. But we're going to talk today to this amazing panel about reclaiming your career and confidence and how to stop downplaying your greatness. I love that idea so much. And these are some women right here that definitely don't downplay their greatness. They have used it to build incredible things. So Megan Morin is did I say it right, Megan?
Yes, you did.
Okay,
That's right.
Okay, it's spelled so beautifully. I'm like, oh, did I? Okay, good. You are incredible, my friend. Obviously a highly skilled and dedicated beauty spa manager, but you are the founder of Melanated Beauty Spa in Miami, the first day spa created with melanin in mind that has been featured in Marie Claire magazine. We also have the fabulous Laurie Sharp-Page, a seasoned psychotherapist, best-selling author, and chief coping officer at Sprouting Change. And of course, Carly Polosnik. Did I say that right, Carly?
It's Polosnik.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you. But I love everything about you because you are a body positivity advocate and content creator, empowering women to love themselves unconditionally. So welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm really excited for this panel in particular. We're going to really dig in because I have some very specific talking points I want to get to. I want to talk today about self-doubt. When I, as a coach, talk to people about how to step into claiming the brand deals of their dreams, so 5, 6, and sometimes 7 figures, oftentimes the first thing I hear is imposter syndrome. Well, I'm not there yet. It couldn't be me. A million reasons why they're not that girl. And I say, that's cop out. You are that girl. So Carly, let me start with you. I'd love to hear a little bit about how people can stop downplaying their greatness and stop the cycle of imposter syndrome.
Yeah, for sure. Imposter syndrome is something that I think we struggle with regardless of if we're in front of the camera, behind the camera, like anything in between as it relates to our career. And
it's really hard because you always have that little tiny voice being like, can you do this? I don't know if you can do this. And something that I really like to do and remind myself is that confidence isn't like a state of being. Confidence is choosing the actions that make you feel confident. So I can't remember a time ever where I've been like, okay, now I feel confident, so I'm going to make this choice. The actions that I'm doing breed confidence for me. And so as it relates to imposter syndrome, sometimes I have to just do it scared or do it maybe with a little bit of self-doubt in the back of my mind. But just like any other habit, building self-confidence is a habit. You have to practice it. It's never going to be like, I feel so confident right now and I'm going to make this choice and I'm going to be really confident. You have to choose and do the actions. And that really helps me with my imposter syndrome because most of the time I'm scared, but I'm still going to do it because that helps build my overall self-confidence.
I love that. And Lori, from a clinical perspective, does that track? Like, what kind of advice are you giving as it pertains to imposter syndrome? Like, we can all kind of try to step into and like fake it till you make it. But is there anything that people can really do to dig into their own psyche to step through that?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, what Carly said is exactly right on. And that is a journey that I have also found myself in and followed. But I think one thing we really got to normalize is that self-doubt is part of the process. A lot of times we think that if self-doubt is showing up that we're doing something wrong, it usually means we're doing something right. We're growing, we're flexing, we're into something unknown, uncertain. And that self-doubt is reflective of that. So I really like to tell people not to be all an enemy with their self-doubt. Recognize that it is a piece of this very complex puzzle. And if it's showing up for you, something is going right.
Oh, I love that. So Megan, when you were starting your salon, your day spa, I mean, what a huge accomplishment as an entrepreneur. Did you have any of that self-doubt? I mean, was it something that you just stepped through? And how did you, because I feel that women, a lot of the times, we downplay our achievements because we think we're being humble. But I feel like men don't have as hard of a time stepping into their greatness and telling us how great they are. So what is that kind of delicate interplay for you as a business owner?
Yeah, I mean, for me, obviously self-doubt, like, Lori said, it's a part of the process. You're going to have moments of doubt, especially when you have big dreams, right? We can't predict the future. We can only hope for what we envision. And so for me, how I have been able to just overcome that is really just, I have to keep going. Things oftentimes don't work out the way I plan for them to work out. But one thing that I keep on doing, I just have to keep pushing forward, restructuring, reprioritizing, reimagining what the future could look like based off of what I thought and what happened and how I can move forward.
I love that. So Carly, back to you. It's interesting. My second question is, the specific question was, what are some of your most effective strategies for building confidence in the workplace? But as an influencer and content creator, we also have a new workplace. A lot of us are solopreneurs. So what does that look like for you?
Yeah, it's very interesting because I came from a corporate background, so I know the office culture of it all. But when you're self-employed, when you own your own business, a lot of the time you're by yourself all of the time, which is very interesting. It's like very much a double-edged sword. Sometimes you're your biggest advocate, sometimes you're kind of your biggest hater. So something that I really like to practice when it comes to something like comparison syndrome, or when I feel like I'm not confident in my career and anything like that, is pulling people off a pedestal. Like, I think that a lot of us will see someone and be like, oh, she's doing better than me. She's getting more brand deals than me. Oh, she's doing this. She's doing this. But really, like, the common thread between me and basically all other influencer is the job that we're doing. So I like to pull people off the pedestal and realize, like, we all have our own unique talents and what we bring to the table. And I have to be confident in what I bring, but also stop, I guess, idolizing other people on these pedestals from the outside in. I don't know what's happening in their lives, so I have to be, confident and happy in mine and realize we're all kind of at the same place.
Well, I love that. I oftentimes say that the people I want to mute because they annoy me, and they probably annoy me because they're doing something I wish I was doing. And I'm like, "Ugh," and I anger scroll by them. And I'm like, maybe you should turn on notifications. Maybe you should ask her how she's doing it. But Lori, I'd love to ask you, because there's also something to be said for protecting ourselves, right? If we're being triggered. So like, how does that sit with you? Should we push ourselves to kind of lean into some of that, to like get bolder against those insecurities, or like, do we risk kind of, shattering our peace?
I think it is a balance. It's a dance that we're always doing through time. And I think because of that, we have to give ourselves a lot of compassion, because how we handle one situation and maybe the great way to handle that situation. But when a similar situation we're faced with it, it may not make sense for us to act in that same way. So I think we have to give ourselves a lot of compassion. But the other thing is, I think we have to recognize that there's enough space for everybody, and everybody is unique, niche, and ideas and work, and the clients and the work is out there for you. You really have to focus on getting confident in knowing you, and the work will come. That's my belief as an entrepreneur, having been an entrepreneur for over 10 years now. But I do think there are going to be times when you feel a heavy level of resistance, and it's okay to listen to that too. Rest and taking time to heal as you grow rapidly in your journey is okay, and it's needed. So I do think that a heavy dose of compassion is appropriate, and allowing yourself to follow your unique journey and allowing that to change every day is part of how we take care of ourselves and grow our sense of confidence in our specific career journeys.
Thank you for that. So Megan, I'm curious. So many people have the dream to do what you did, to go on the entrepreneurial journey and to start something. I mean, I met a woman the other day at an entrepreneurial conference that was like, how Sprinkles cupcakes started cupcakes? I had that idea first. And I was like, babe, because you like to make cupcakes doesn't mean that like Sprinkles stole your idea. But not everyone goes out and does it. And you did it. So can you share with us where you found that confidence to go out and take the step that most people stop right before that step?
Yeah. That's such a good question. So background on me, my father, he is an entrepreneur, and I grew up around that. That was my life from a very young age. But little did I know that as I was growing up as this little girl, going to my father's auto body shop, helping him file papers and picking up phone calls, greeting customers and talking to them, that was helping me build my confidence and for what I do now. But what I will say is that, you have to practice confidence every single day. There are days that I still wake up and I don't want to go and talk to this person because I may not feel my most confident self, but I challenge myself and I push myself to go do it, because I know if I don't do it, then I'm going to take a step back. But I think with confidence and getting out there and pushing and reaching your dreams, you have to be able to push past mentally those voices in your head of telling you like, oh my gosh, no, this isn't it, the anxiety, and just use that anxiety, use those voices to fuel you to get it done, because it's inevitable. Like whoever you are, whether you're LeBron James, Elon Musk, Mark Cuban, like all of these people, we all experience the same emotions, but the only difference that separates us from the woman who actually did the Sprinkles company from the one who didn't was she just pushed past all those voices and the anxiety and the pressure and got it done.
So Carly, I want to turn it to you, because I'm curious, as a content creator, I think we probably both bump up against this. The reason that I was able to take my content creation career to the next level, a big part of it was because I came from the corporate world, was hiring the influencers. So I saw the budgets that the brands had.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't scared to ask for bigger numbers, because I know I'm just a line item. It ain't that serious and it ain't that personal. So I don't take it that personal if they say no. Their brief just could have been something that's not me. But also, I'm not scared to ask for it because I know it's there. Most people, I find, are really nervous to ask for what they're worth, for what they want. They're scared they're going to lose the deal. Do you have any tips for negotiating with confidence, or going out and asking for what you want? Or how do you even set your price? How do you even know what you're worth?
Yeah, I have always been a believer. I think a lot of us know the quote, like, you miss 100% of the shots that you never take. And something that's really helped me is similar to what you said about being a line item, is taking the emotion out of it. Because when I first started as an influencer, I would be like, okay, well, what is kind of the formula for me? Is it I pitch 100 brands, I land 10 deals, and that pays me that much? Well, I'm not focusing as much on the 90 no's as I am on the 10 yeses. So taking really the emotion out of it and realizing, I guess, like, I'm a line item. If I fit into the campaign, it works. And that's not to say that I don't bring something to the campaign, or I don't have value, or I don't have worth, but disconnecting my own self-worth and how I feel about myself from if a company or a brand says yes or no has helped me so much, because I've reshaped my world to be like, that didn't work out, but it's not because of me. It's not because of me personally. It's not because they met me and they were like, we hate her. Like, maybe they just didn't have budget. Maybe they're not working with Canadian creators at this time. Maybe they only want to work with men. Like, there's so many factors that I will personally never know. So I have to take all of my no's and my rejections as redirection into the yeses in my life. And I think another really big piece of that is coupling the removing my own personal worth with those no's is feeling immense gratitude with all of my yeses. Because I think it's really easy to get caught up in people saying no to you all of the time, and really easy to bypass people saying yes to you because of the imbalance. So I remove myself a lot of my emotions from it, but I also give myself a lot of grace and gratitude for when things really do work out, to make sure I'm having a healthy balance.
I love that. Great take. So, Lori, I'm curious, the question here is, how can people create a supportive network to help them embrace their greatness? So whether you're a leader, or you're a coworker, or you're in an environment, or you're just somebody who wants to put out the energy that you also want to come back to you, do you have any tips on creating like a supportive network to embrace greatness?
Yes, absolutely. So the first thing is, if you're trying to do anything, entrepreneur, leadership, any of those wonderful things that we're here to talk about today, if you're trying to do it in complete isolation, you're probably going to burn yourself out in that process. And a lot of times people will do it in isolation because they are scared to be vulnerable, to communicate with their closer networks about their hopes and their dreams. And that's a tough spot to be in. But what I would really encourage people to do is to look at their actual networks and see who is there that they can reach out to, and to try and engage with them in a way that is a win-win. Our support system is a beautiful thing that we can build in life, but it's a two-way street. And I think, what Megan was saying about coming from an entrepreneurial family, I also come from an entrepreneurial family, and it was a huge help for me as I built my business, but it wasn't enough. I had to go and find other groups of entrepreneurial women to really understand some of the struggles I was facing in the contemporary marketplace. And so I would really, really encourage you to look at who's there already and try and vulnerably engage with them to build that support system, but also to look for groups outside of your already set up and established groups. And just keep in mind that a great way to ensure that your support system is there for you when you need it is to always be communicating with them, finding out what is going on with them, what their challenges are, and also communicating yours. But we can learn so much from the challenging things we face. And oftentimes we will just kind of try and push past them because they're painful or maybe uncomfortable. And I would really encourage people to build the support so that you can look at those things and really analyze them and embrace them as part of your journey, because they are important. Beautiful. So Megan, how does that strike you? I'm curious, are you part of any entrepreneurial groups? Do you have a sisterhood or a network? Like I'm always so curious to hear what third-party resources people use or networks they participate in.
Yes, no, that's a great question. And Lori brought up a good point. Your family can only support you so much, and you do need to seek help elsewhere. But for me, I am a part of, I would honestly say at this moment where I'm at in my business, my strongest support group have become my customer base. Like my customers that have been with me since the beginning, they have been extremely supportive. And individuals that I meet, if I'm at a marketing event that, they share contact, they may say something that I have envisioned for my business and thinking globally. If I hear that, then I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to get this person's number. We need to stay in contact. And those people, I have slowly started to build kind of like this ecosystem of individuals that will just randomly send me information and things that may be going on in their city that could be helpful to help scale the business. And outside of that, where we are located in our suite, with our suite models, I am around a lot of women entrepreneurs who understand the process and the journey that I'm going through. And so being able to share my pain points with them, dump on them, and they understand has been very helpful. But I would say I've been very privileged to be able to have a customer base that have been so supportive and helped me grow this company.
That's awesome. Carly, I have the same question for you. Do you participate in any networking opportunities like group engagements or anything of that nature?
Yeah, it's funny that you asked this. I actually had a very deep conversation with one of my other entrepreneur friends about this last night. Something that I currently do that brings a lot of joy to my life, like I mentioned earlier, working for yourself can be really isolating if you're working from home. And something that I've been doing is we call it like girl working, where everybody comes over. A lot of my friends who also work from home come over to my house, and every Friday we have like an office experience, which is a lot of fun. And we all work in different industries. And it simulates a sense of coworkerness, and that's really great. I also have been exploring a couple entrepreneur like accelerator cohorts, because something that I did mention last night is that the influencer industry hasn't had a full life cycle yet. There's no one who's started as an influencer who has ended as an influencer. We're all very similar in like age and experience. Like nobody's done the full cycle. So it's hard to identify like people who are doing better than you or have been doing it longer than you, because lots of us have been doing it for approximately the same amount of time. So I've been looking into joining other entrepreneur organizations, because sometimes I get a little too caught up in being like, influencers are so new, but a problem is a problem. A hiring problem in my like industry is a hiring problem in like a retail industry. So I think that there's a lot of value in surrounding yourself with entrepreneurs who don't do the same thing as you. So I'm currently seeking it out.
I love that. What a great idea. Girl working is absolutely brilliant.
Oh, we love girl working.
I love that. Maybe I'm going to do that. I really like that a
You
lot.
should.
It's so cute. I know. Because like husband co-working is like, sometimes you just want to be like,
no, girl working is so
it's
much
not
more
the same
fun.
as girl working. Yeah. Okay. So Lori, really kind of like general question, because we probably have women at all different points of their careers, all different types of careers. Quite simply, what advice would you give someone who's hesitant to advocate for themselves in their career, no matter where they are?
Because, okay, that's a really powerful question as far as really stepping up to advocate for yourself career-wise. A lot of times people question their worth. And what I want to tell you is that every single person on this call is worthy and valuable and deserves the career of their dreams, whatever that is. I also, as I mentioned earlier, I believe that we're not all fighting over the same pie. We're building a bigger pie all together. And so I think one thing that can really be helpful is to talk to your girl work friends or your colleagues that you know support you, and to tell them what your dreams are and what you want to advocate for yourself, and to practice with the crowd that is going to support you. When we put these things out on a larger scale, we don't always get the response that we want. Sometimes it's better than expected. Sometimes there's a lack of fanfare to these things. And so it's really important just to practice it, and then go do it. And so one of the biggest pieces of advice I can give is just don't let a question like your worth, which isn't decided at work or in your career or anywhere else, is decided today, because everybody has worth. Don't let that get in the way of you advocating for what you want. Wants are not going to go away. They're not necessarily going to be things that you can just push down. It's important to verbalize them and to go after them.
Beautiful. We have about 5 minutes left. I want to ask Carly and Megan, both as entrepreneurs in different spaces, I want to hear about like one of your biggest wins and like and we can keep it kind of concise. But what was the step that you took to go after it? And is there anything out there where you're like, and you know what I want to do next? Like, I want to do a capital raise. I want a friggin' national commercial with Maybelline. Like, nothing's too big, because I want people to hear that we dream big out here, right? And like you said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. If you shoot small, no one's going to give you more than you ask for, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, just tell me about something big that either you closed or that you're reaching for. Carly, you can start.
Yeah, something big that I closed recently, actually last week. I was just in LA. I'm from Canada, but I was just in LA for the first inaugural Forbes Creator Upfront event, where you had to like apply, and the Forbes team vetted your application and like personally invited you. And it was like a really cool mixture of creators and high level CEOs, owners of talent agencies, brands, so many things. Then there was probably only 40 of us, and we all got to get together for 2 days and network and strengthen our creator relationships and our agency bonds, all alongside Forbes, which was crazy. So that's something that I think was a really major accomplishment for me very recently.
Big one. That's a big one. All right,
Thank
Megan,
you.
how about you?
So for me, when I started my company 3.5 years ago, and I knew immediately that I wanted to expand. And 3.5 years later, I have 5 locations. So that is a really big win for me. It has not been easy, but it's been totally worth the journey. And for me, where I want to go next is, I see Melanated being a global company. I see us in a lot of different countries, not just within the United States. Licensing deals with hotels, cruise lines, and that's my vision. When I speak it, I literally like see it. I see it in London when I used to live in London. I'm like, I just see Melanated being everywhere and not just being in one location here in the United States, but definitely it's going to be a global name.
Absolutely beautiful. So we have a question from the audience, from Ashley. She said, any advice for someone who hasn't found their dream job? I'm going to toss it out there. Does anybody have a spark of genius they'd love to throw out for Ashley?
I would say for Ashley, I mean, keep trying different things. You know, if something comes to your mind, you never know what you may like or what you may be good at. But if it comes to your mind, just test it out. At least give yourself that.
I think also too, what is very interesting, I know this whole panel is about career and confidence, but some people just don't have dream jobs. Some people have dream lives, and their job is their vehicle to their dream life. I think with the rise of entrepreneurship, a lot of us get to live our dream jobs and our dream lives, but sometimes a job is a job which fuels your dream life. So if you haven't found your dream job, maybe it's because your job isn't your dream.
I love that. We have just 2 minutes left. Lori, I just want to ask you, I know that a lot of people struggle with family members that can be judgmental or hold them back. Even my own mom, and she was not trying to be difficult, but she said, you shouldn't leave that job, that security. And she was thank God I didn't listen to her. And I used to be very influenced. What if we have a family member or even somebody who judges us? Oh, she's trying to be an influencer. Oh, and it makes you embarrassed to post on social media or whatever your dream is. Lori, do you have any advice for dealing with somebody like that feels a little toxic?
Yes, absolutely. So when people say things about that, it has much more to do with them and what they're going through than it has to do with yourself. So try not to personalize it. A lot of times moms will say that sort of stuff because they're scared for you and they want security and safety and all those wonderful things. It comes from a good place, but no one knows better than you how to get yourself safe and secure. So trust yourself and allow them to say these things. You don't need to judge yourself in that framework or even judge them for saying those things. You can simply just say, okay, thank you for the feedback, and allow that to just be that feedback. You are in control, and ultimately you know better than even your mom, and my mom is crying tears hearing me say this, but you know better than even your mom on how to best get you to that dream life, whatever it looks like. And on the point of dream job, this is related. Don't judge yourself if you haven't found it yet. Like Carly said, it may be a difference of kind of looking at it. And it's a journey. It's okay not to know. We expect people to know really young. You know when you know. It's okay.
Beautiful advice. Mel Robbins says about people that have something to say, let them. Let them, right? Like it doesn't have to be right or wrong. Okay, let them, and then go on your merry way. Well, thank you so much. Everybody watching, just go out and claim your inner badass. You've got this. You only live once. Go out and do the damn thing. If you want help with coaching, preparation, confidence, again, coachjamiehess.com. It's what I love to do. And I'm so honored to have been able to moderate this panel. Thanks, everybody.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Hi everyone! What a great panel that was. Me and baby girl were listening while she was feeding. I hope you're feeling inspired and ready to take action. So up next, we have a goal setting workshop that's going to be super powerful, and it is designed to help you turn inspiration into action. So let's watch this video to learn more about what's next in store.
Envision a more confident you. Join Rachel K. Grimm as she guides you through setting powerful goals to unlock a more confident, empowered version of yourself. Rachel K. Grimm, podcast host and confidence coach, will share practical strategies to help you embrace your potential, step into your power, and become the most confident version of you.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. I genuinely think that this workshop is coming perfectly off the heels of that last panel. That got me so inspired. Similar to Gabrielle earlier, during it, I was writing down things, and something I really appreciate that was said was some people don't have dream jobs, they have a dream life. And I really think that is setting the stage for what we're talking about in this workshop, envisioning a more confident you. For those who don't know me, my name is Rachel K. Grimm, and I'm your confidence boosting bestie on social media. I do one-on-one coaching with women, speak at events like this, and also you probably know my voice from the BodPod, where we talk all things confidence, how you find it, keep it, and grow it. And again, I think it is so perfect that I am hosting this workshop, the concept of envisioning a more confident you, because I think there's so much power in envisioning the dream life that we want, the most confident version of ourselves. And doing so allows us to become the most confident version of ourselves and create that life that we've always dreamed. So I am going to ask, as we get started, that you grab a piece of paper and a pen. If you want to use your phone to take notes, that's fine. But this is something that I love for it to be like really physical and real. So if you have paper and a pen, that would be awesome, because I would love for you to feel really involved with this. And also, please feel free to leave comments in the chat. I know I've been loving chatting with you all today. And earlier it was said that when we put things out there, there's accountability and validation in them. And I'm really hoping that we can do that in the chat as we go through this workshop as well. I've really designed this workshop to be kind of like a micro version of what one of my confidence coaching chats look like, because it can be so overwhelming to think about that like dream ideal version of ourselves and wonder how the heck are we going to get there. And that's what I always help women work through. I'm all about like the tools and the resources. So my hope is that today you get a bunch of those tools and resources, and we can even get your step one so that you can leave and like really take action on becoming that more confident version of you. So you have your pen and paper. We're talking about the more confident version of you. We just heard in that career panel that there are dream jobs and there are dream lives. I would love for you to take a moment and envision what that like most confident or dream worthy version of you looks like. And though it would be so easy here to like imagine your entire life, again, that can be super overwhelming. So maybe there is a very specific like point in your life that you're really focusing on wanting to grow your confidence right now. For the purpose of this workshop, I'm going to speak specifically to career in my examples, but please feel free to use this as an exercise towards being your most confident in your relationship with your body, or maybe your relationships with your friends and family, your finances, whatever that might be. But for purposes of this, I'm going to just talk about it with career. So I'm going to give you an example of where I was 5 years ago, envisioning like this most confident, dream-worthy version of myself in my career. I knew at the time I had a small but mighty following on social media, and I really felt that I was sharing important content. You know, I was really still out here doing the confidence boosting bestie thing. And I just knew that more women needed to hear it. And I knew that I had a story that was empowering and special and was something that would give women the validation that they needed to get started and become who they want to be and who they've always dreamt of being. And I knew that I wanted to do so on stages. And I knew that I wanted to do so in the form of hosting a podcast. And fast forward, here I am speaking to you and am the host of the BodPod, right? That dream version of my life, that most confident version of me has literally manifested, but it's taking time, right? So that was my big goal. That was my big dream, like where I saw myself being most confident. And it would be so easy to snap my fingers and say that I just like went to one conference and ended up doing all of that. I wish that it was that easy. But I think what we've learned throughout today is that confidence and becoming who we want to be really is a journey. And it's the small steps along the way that really help us become who we want to be and take us where we want to be. My dad has always said to me, the proverb of how do you eat an elephant, Rachel? One bite at a time. And it sounds silly, but I've really implemented that into my strategies as a coach and my strategies to becoming my most confident me. I can't just immediately be living it. It is the small steps along the way, or the small bites in this example. And so I want to talk about your step one. You know, when you think of that most ideal version of yourself, what you wrote down, what is the step one to becoming her? Where do you get started? You know, if we talk about my example of wanting to speak on stages, be a podcast host, it would be so easy to say, oh, well, if you wanted to be a podcast host, the logical first step here would be to have a podcast. Right. You're right. That definitely makes sense. But I want to be even more specific about that step one. Yes, one of the steps in becoming a podcast host for the BodPod was having my own podcast, but to have my own podcast, I needed to have an understanding of it, right? So getting really, really super specific and niche on this, my step one was listening to other podcasts that were doing the type of work that I knew I wanted to do, hearing about what they were doing, like doing the research. You know what I'm saying? Like understanding what are the conversations that are being had. Do I want to do this or do I want to do something different? That to me was a very powerful step one, and it was an achievable step one. And I want to talk about the achievable step one, or the achievable steps along the way. Like I said, it would be so easy to just step into the ideal version of ourselves. But so often, not only is it intimidating to get started, but it's intimidating to get started because it feels too big. But if we break it down into something really small, we're able to not just achieve it, but build our confidence in doing so. Truly, confidence, building confidence is making yourself a promise, a small promise, and following it through. And when you do that once, you're able to do it again and again and again. And building upon that allows you to believe in yourself that you can add more and more steps onto this process, or take more and more bites out of the elephant to eventually eat the whole thing and become who you want to be. So when you're envisioning this most confident version of you, in order to become her, let's think about the step one. And I'm curious, I would love to know what are maybe some of your step ones here. If you want to, in the chat, maybe tell us what your big goal is and tell us what that step one is. I think, as we've been saying all day, the accountability and sharing our step one is so huge. And let it be something small. Let it be doing the research of podcasts, because it's so important that you set a goal with that. Set yourself a timeline to follow it through, so that you can then add on that step number 2, 3, eventually step 30 and step 300. So I'm curious if we have anyone who has put their first step in the chat. If not, feel free to continue to comment on that, and make sure that you write that down for yourself. That's really important. Ooh, someone put that their big goal is to open their own restaurant. I love it. That is such a good one. I would assume a great step one in doing that would be, and this is a fun step one, going to other restaurants and experiencing them and seeing like, what is the ambiance that you like? Oh, this person said their step one is experimenting with cooking more. Yes, that's also a great first step. Like, if you're going to own your own restaurant, you have to know what kind of food you want to have there, right? You want to understand food. I love that. Ooh, hosting dinner parties. Yes, love it. These are all great steps to eventually getting to where you want to be, because along the way, you learn so much about yourself. You're developing more confidence to then be able to go into that process of owning your own restaurant. I love that. That is such an exciting goal and an exciting step one. So, okay, we have our step one. And my hope with this is that you would leave this conversation today and implement this step one into your life. So maybe this starts tomorrow. Maybe it starts next week or next month or in the new year. I don't know what that timeline is for you. I would love for you to set that. That's something I've found really important in my coaching with women, is to have the timeline of achievement. And again, set it a very small niche goal so that you can achieve it in that timeline and feel really proud of yourself. Something that we talked about in the VIP mixer today, Iskra mentioned it, is she said, how are we celebrating ourselves when we achieve these goals? And we all talked about the importance of doing exactly that, celebrating ourselves. Leslie mentioned in the mixer that one of the ways she celebrates herself is like taking herself out to a nice dinner or buying herself something. And celebration for everyone looks very different, but I think it's so important and a great reminder that our small steps deserve celebration too, because they're a reminder that we're building confidence along the way and becoming who it is we want to be, not just envisioning that dream version of ourselves, but becoming it. So not only do we now know what our big goal is and what our step one is, and how to create steps after we achieve step one, we can like implement that into our lives. But now I want to talk about what would hold us back from achieving that step one. Okay. Oh, wait, I saw someone else wrote, focusing on the first step makes the entire goal feel less intimidating and more attainable. Absolutely. That's exactly the goal here, is focusing on the little bits, the little bites, so that you can eventually get to where you want to be. I love that, Maria. Thank you so much for saying and for validating all of us in that. So we know now what our big dream is. And what our step one is. But as I said, the getting started on our step one, the getting started on our big dream and who we want to be, where we want to be, the most intimidating part is the getting started. And it's often because there feels like there's a barrier to entry for us. Now, in creating a very achievable first step, we've definitely like knocked down some of that barrier to entry. But I would guess that there is still a little bit of that. And often that comes from ourselves. That comes from our own insecurity, or when I'm coaching, what I call our lies, the lies that we tell ourselves. And I have a practice that I have implemented in coaching, but not just in coaching, like in my own life, in my marriage, in my friendships, something that I do all the time. And it's called trash it. And it's a lot what it sounds like. It's trashing the lies that we tell ourselves. For example, here, a lie that I hear from a lot of people that I coach, and I know a lie that comes up for me a lot, is the lie that there's not enough time. Okay, I want to start the podcast. Well, I don't have enough time to do so. I don't have enough time to do the research. I think about time sometimes, or any of the insecurities that we hold ourselves back with. And I think about if, with time, like if my best friend said to me, hey, I really need you for 10 minutes to help me get to where I want to be, or to help me through this, I would absolutely make time for her, because we give time to the things that are important to us. We make the time for the things that are important to us. And when they ask us for it, we want to give to it. Well, we're important too. Our goals are important too. Our dreams are important too. So we deserve to make the time for those things, just as we would make the time for our best friend or someone else in our life who is going after something big. So in an instance like this, where I say that time is holding me back from where I want to be, I would grab my paper and pen again, and I would write it down. So time is holding me back. And I would say that's a lie, because though I might not have all the time, I might not have an hour every week to work on what I want to work on, I bet there are 10 minutes in my week that I have to work on where I want to be and who I want to be. So this is a lie that I know I'm trashing. I wrote it down, and I'm going to rip it up because that feels really good. I had someone ask me once if they could burn it. Sure, if you want to, great. But the concept here of like trashing your lie lets you take power back over your time, or whatever that insecurity is that is holding you back from achieving that first step and achieving that goal. I would love here in the chat if you want to write down the lie that you're trashing. I would absolutely love to know. A lot of times our lies are actually really similar. Like I said, I hear the lie of I don't have enough time all the time. So I bet there's someone else who's here today that feels they're facing the same thing. It's really awesome, again, to see accountability and validation in knowing that others are facing the same thing as us, and we're also overcoming it. And I want to reiterate that just because like we trash a lie like this, it doesn't mean it won't come back up. Absolutely it will. Like, this doesn't mean that I'll never think I don't have enough time again. I'm literally wearing a watch ring, guys. Like, I'm obsessed with time. But I just like, it's the concept, the power that we have over it, that we know we're more in charge of it than it is in charge of us. Ooh, the lie that I'm trashing is that it's too late to start a new career. Yes. Isha, you are in the right panel. I love this for you. You absolutely have time to start over. Something else we said in the VIP mixer earlier was that I said, I love the concept of I can change my mind at any time. I can constantly change and become who I want to be. That's one of the best things about being like at the human experience, right? Isha, I love that for you. I'm so excited to know what your step one is in starting that new career. That is really, really exciting. Anyone else, if you have lies that you're trashing, feel free to leave them in the chat. You can, again, as I said too, if you want to share with us your big goal or your step one, please feel free to do so. My hope is, obviously, these are all resources you can take and implement into your life on the regular. Like I said, with people that you love, I love to constantly ask my friends, what is it that you want? What are you working towards? And what do you feel is holding you back? And I hope that that's something you can implement into your relationships, and obviously your relationship with yourself. We are running a little bit low on time, so I do want to do a Q&A. If anyone has questions, maybe about the setting the goal itself, the lies, feel free to drop that here. I do have one. Okay, a Q&A question we have is, Rachel, how do you celebrate yourself? You have employees. How do you celebrate them too when you have a small budget? Oh, I love this. Okay, first, let me answer the question of how I celebrate myself. Oh, I celebrate myself in so many ways. Honestly, it depends on the day. I love a treat, and when I mean treat, I mean a snack. I recently discovered I'm allergic to gluten, and so my my treats have changed over the past 9 months. And so something that's been really fun for me when I achieve something is going and having a new like gluten-free treat. I feel like I'm kind of killing two birds with one stone there. I'm like trying something new in my gluten-free life while also and taking care of my body and understanding my body while also like treating myself because I love something sweet. I love my sweets. So that's often a treat I give myself. But beyond like actual like eating treats, ways that I celebrate myself are taking time for me. Again, like I said, I'm obsessed with time, and sometimes I want to be like so obsessed with like work things and time. Taking true time for me where I'm not on for anyone else, I'm simply on for me. The question of, I have employees, how do I celebrate them when my budget is small? Honestly, and this is a great I think celebration of self too, words of affirmation. Like truly telling them how proud I am of them and that they've done a good job. I've noticed that that is something that goes a really long way, is telling people like, hey, I am so proud of you. And this is specifically like what you've done well and how you're killing it. I think that's important to remind ourselves of that too, right? Like days like today, I need to remind myself that 5 years ago, I set a goal to speak on stages with women and share my story to boost their confidence. Like that deserves to be celebrated. And I need to remind myself of that and telling myself I'm proud of me, that I've put in the work to get here. Oh, what a celebration. Also, I want to be clear. I don't just give them words of affirmation too. I love to celebrate them with like little team outings or treats as well. Again, I'm a big treat girl. Any other questions? Looks like, how do we deal with the fear of the trajectory building when we start to see these small steps? Ooh, okay. So the question of, obviously, as we build the small steps, they get bigger and bigger and bigger, right? That's pretty intimidating. But that's pretty freaking cool too. Like when you get to a point of being like, oh my God, this is big. I'll be honest. When the BodPod came to me and said, hey, well, when the BodCon came to me and said, hey, Rachel, like we would love for you to host the BodPod, though hosting a podcast beyond my own was something I was working towards and I was manifesting. That was really freaking scary because I had never done that before. And I was like, how can I do this if I've never done it? How do I know I can do it? Honestly, it was looking back on my past self and seeing what I have done. That was the closest to that. Like all of the things that I needed to do to be a podcast host, I had already done as a host myself. I had interviewed other people. I had done the research. I had done, all of these podcast things before. And if I could do it for me, I could do it for this platform too. Of course, it comes with a learning experience and changes, but I love a challenge. And it's so important to me to look at what I have done to get to where I want to be. I think we have time for one more question, if there are any. If not, that's okay too. Please feel free to continue to drop your goals, your step ones, and the lies that you're trashing. And I am so excited for what is upcoming. I'm so excited for what we been a part of today. Guys, I wish I could do a one-on-one coaching chat with every single one of you, but getting to have like this little micro coaching session with you has been amazing. I would love to, if you don't share with me in this chat, hear from you on Instagram about the goals that you're setting. You can always find me on Instagram at Rachel K. Grimm. Like I said, I'm your confidence boosting bestie girl. I am going to hype you up every single day with some content that just makes you feel like your best self, reminds you who you are and what you're capable of. I would love for you to DM me there. Tell me what you're going after, what I can hold you accountable to. Tell me the lie that you're trashing. And I would also love for you, if you like love confidence boosting content, which obviously you do, you're here today, to check out the BodPod. I am releasing episodes there all the time with a lot of the people that you've heard from today, but there are so many episodes from guests that we didn't get to hear from today. But there are also episodes diving deeper into stories like Risa Tisa's that are just so empowering and inspiring. I know that hearing from other women is just really confidence boosting to me, and I think that you would all love the content there. One of the episodes that's recently come out is with Danae Mercer, and I'm so excited because that episode was incredible. When I tell you we were recording it and I was like, no, keep talking, tell me more, because Danae was so inspiring. I loved recording it. And so I'm so excited to welcome her as our keynote and as our next guest for the BodCon today. Danae is absolutely so inspiring, and I know she's going to inspire you. I can't wait to listen to her talk. So Danae, welcome. And again, thank you all so much for being here, for workshopping with me today. And I can't wait to see you soon. Bye.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Of course, I had a muted mic. I knew it was going to happen at some point. But I just wanted to say the lie that I'm going to trash is that I can't have just as a successful career by choosing to have kids, to have a family. That was a big fear of mine, and something that I had in my mind. And honestly, the environment I used to live in New York, they were kind of thought I was crazy that I wanted to leave, move to Austin, Texas, and have kids. They were like, well, what about your amazing career? You're just going to give it all away? And I was like, I think I can do both. So that's a lie I'm trashing. So thank you for everyone who participated in that workshop. We will be taking a quick 5-minute break. And when we return, we're going to dive into our keynote. I'm so excited to interview Danae Mercer. And don't forget, we will be announcing the winner of our major giveaway right at the end of the event. So stay tuned and see you in a little bit.
At the Spa Doctor, we believe true beauty comes from well-being. Our doctor-formulated skincare harnesses the power of natural ingredients to support both your skin health and overall wellness. With a holistic approach that nourishes you inside and out, we empower you to embrace your skin and your confidence. As sponsors of the BodCon 2024, we're proud to support a movement that celebrates confidence and wellness, because when you feel good in your skin, confidence follows.
Back. And everyone, I hope you're ready for our much anticipated keynote. Confidence at every age, embracing your power with the one and only Danae Mercer. And just a quick reminder, we are doing these amazing giveaways and that everything is still up for grabs, a lot of things. So keep engaging in the chat for your chance to win. Now it's time to watch this video and let's dive into our keynote.
Confidence isn't confined to any one stage of life. It grows with us. Join Danae Mercer, renowned body positivity advocate and confidence coach, for a powerful keynote on embracing your unique beauty and strength at every age. In Confidence at Every Age, Embracing Your Power, Danae will share insights on how to harness your confidence, live boldly, and step into your authentic power, whether you're in your 20s, 40s, or beyond. This inspiring keynote will feature a Q&A session with the empowering Iskra Lawrence, where you'll get a chance to dive deeper and discover the confidence that evolves with you.
Hi, Danae. It is such a pleasure to meet you like this. Oh my goodness. I've just admired you online for so long. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm so excited to be here. It's such an honor to be part of this incredible event. So, hi, everybody.
Right. I will say, Danae, I'm sure everyone watching might have, questions for you. So drop them in the comments. And of course, we will get to those. But I want to start off and just say that having this impact that you've had, do you ever expect that from just showing up in a really vulnerable way, that you would inspire so many millions of people?
Well, thank you. No, I didn't. It happened just by chance in a way, and it took me by surprise. I knew when I did my first post showing my cellulite that there was a response there, because for the very first time, I felt connected to the people that I was sharing with. I felt seen, I felt heard. And for me, that was so empowering and so beautiful. But I also had all these women, it was maybe 50 women at that point, and they were saying, oh, my body looks like that too. Oh, you have cellulite, I have that too. And from there, it just sort of grew and spiraled until I went viral multiple times during COVID, which also was sort of a whirlwind, very steep learning experience. And here I am today, and I'm so thankful that I get to speak to over 2 million women that have changed my life.
Right. I think that's one thing we never understand until you're in it, how sharing your story, and often sharing something that you maybe thought was something that you failed at or struggled with or found challenging, ends up being something empowering when we give it away. We open the floor up and allow people into that story or that struggle or experience. I know that we both, have struggled with eating disorders. And for me, I think one of the biggest gifts is now being able to see my eating disorder almost as something I can help other people with. Something that now I'm able to empower myself from, because it's become this positive thing. So I was wondering, again, because you've been so open online, is there one thing that you practice regularly that you feel like has really helped you cultivate that sense of self-confidence at any age?
Well, first, I want to say, I think we so often associate confidence with people who walk in the room and are the loudest and the biggest personalities, and the people who are never insecure, or the people who never worry. And I would say I'm not that person. Like, I am kind of a quirky introvert that, I really like books. I really like my cats. I really like my daughter and my husband. But I wouldn't say I'm the person that marches into a room and is like, hi, everybody, look at me. But
right.
I don't think you have to be that person to be confident. I think confidence is one of those beautiful things that sort of sits within us. And especially with age, it grows because we know that who we are is worthy of showing up, however we want to show up. And so one of the things, I guess you asked, one of the things I do to cultivate it, to practice it. And, there's the normal stuff. There's the journaling, there's the meditation, there's the exercise, all the things that doctors tell us are so good for us. Something I've really leaned into, again, as I'm getting older, is allowing myself space to learn new things and also to like suck at something new. So like a couple weeks ago, I started embroidering.
Oh,
Yes, but I'm not very good. It's like embroider by numbers, right? And with my daughter, I get 5 stitches down and then she wants to play with the needle, so we stop. But it's so empowering. it gives me a sense of confidence because I'm like, no, I'm not great, but I can learn. And isn't this wonderful to challenge myself? So when it comes to self-love, you know, it could be practicing wearing shorts. Maybe we don't feel brave in it right away, but we put them on. We can start to feel brave. We wear them around the house. We wear them around our loved ones. I think slowly but surely we realize, A, no one is that bothered by our wonderful cellulite or however we choose to show up. But B, what we are in all of our complexities is entirely and wonderfully valid.
I love that. And I think you're totally right. I think the definition of confidence that mainly we see online is portrayed as loud. It's the way we dress and really a visual thing. But confidence is such an inner feeling and energy. And it's, I totally agree. Some of the most confident people I've met might not have been the first people I saw or spoke to in a room. They're the people that, and I realize they're just so confident and in tune with who they are. And they're unwavering in that because they truly know their value. And that to me, yeah, is true confidence. I love that you touched on that. So going through your journey of having an eating disorder, how did you decide to choose recovery? I feel like usually it's not obviously just one turning point, but sometimes there is a spark that we can remember that really, you know, enables us to think, that's it, I'm choosing recovery. And I want to say you never look back, but obviously it's not a perfect linear journey. But what was that spark for you?
Well, I think you're right. For a lot of people, maybe there isn't one moment, one turning point. For me, there absolutely was, actually. My eating disorder really developed after my mother passed away. She raised me and my 3 siblings more or less by herself. Like, she was a huge part of my life and my best friend, and we were very close. And so after she passed away, my world fell apart very quickly, and a lot of very difficult things happened. And so I started leaning into food and restriction as a way of finding comfort and of controlling my world. You know, I think for many people listening, if you are struggling with food or your body, I really challenge you to ask what's behind those behaviors, because so often it's not about the food. It's not about the way we look in the mirror. It's going to be about what we're feeling, what we're experiencing. In my case, food was a life raft, a really bad one, but it was my life raft. Controlling my food gave me something to hold on to and to help me in a really bad way, a really unhealthy coping mechanism. Things changed for me because my entire life, so my mom didn't finish high school, and she had her first child at 15. So she had me at 19. So my entire life, education has been very important to me. And I've worked very hard at school, and I've always been very academic, and it's really mattered to me. And my university, when I was sick, Creighton University, they had given me a scholarship. And it was you were surrounded by staff, you were surrounded by mentors. And I remember they hadn't seen me for a couple of months. It was like Christmas break and it was the holidays. I was all by myself. And, you know, again, eating disorders, they're so isolating. You feel so shameful, you feel so embarrassed, and it tends to make things a lot worse. So I was all by myself. They saw me after Christmas break. I remember I walked into the room for a meeting about this scholarship, and I just saw these looks on their faces where I realized in an instant, if I didn't find a way to fix this, if I didn't find a way to stop what I was doing, to get better, to heal, I would lose everything I had ever worked for. It would be gone, not because they didn't love me, but because they didn't want to add more pressure to a girl that was already breaking. And so that really pushed me to seek help, to recognize I couldn't do it by myself. I think, again, part of body image and eating disorders is because it feels so shameful, but it also feels like we're making too big a fuss, right? Like, oh, other people have it worse. It's not that big of a deal. I'm fine. I can fix this. I can handle this. But I think often we can't. If
Yeah.
we're sick, we go to the doctor. If we're struggling, it's absolutely worth seeing a therapist, a nutritionist, someone who can help guide us into a better place. And so that's what I did. That's what my university helped me do.
Yeah, that it's hard not to get emotional because I'm just imagining you and that relationship with your mom and losing that, and then yeah, her not being able to be there to also guide you through that. Because I think, you know, with my mom, I remember the pivotal moment of deciding I needed to speak to someone, and she was the first person I spoke to. And I said, I'm really struggling with this, and also some of the way that you communicate with me actually enables this behavior. And so we had just this really vulnerable. And so was there people who you felt safe to speak to? Where did you find your resources and advice? Did you feel comfortable like talking to friends? Were you in a relationship? I just would love to know how you navigated that, thinking back to, yeah, how I did, and where did you seek that support and what really helped you?
Well, I think, you know, I'm really lucky. My university, I would say they saved me. Unfortunately, my friend group, I've spoken about this a bit on social media, but, you know, we were like 19, 20. They weren't equipped to handle all the stuff I was dealing with. And they actually sort of dropped away. And that was part of what made it so awful for me, where you just feel so alone and so like you're drowning, right? You're like, what do I do? Where do I turn? How do I get out of this? Like, and my university, there were a couple of staff and a couple of professors who were actually the ones that sat me down after that meeting. And they were like, look, Danae, we really care about you. We want to help you. We will take you to the offices where you need to go. We will be there. We will drive you to appointments. We will do whatever we need to do so that way you feel supported. And actually, one of those women has very much stepped into a mother role in my life. Like, she was the mother of the bride at my wedding. She comes every year for Christmas, or I go to her. Like, and so it was one of the darkest times of my life, but it also opened the way to some really beautiful relationships that I'm so thankful for.
I love that. That's so reassuring. And I'm sure maybe some of the people watching this might be worried about feeling alone during recovery. But I also definitely have friends who have found community and found like new family members through their recovery, and finding, you know, whether it's inpatient or outpatient, there is a really beautiful community there, and you are never alone on your journey. So thank you really for sharing that. And your mom sounds like a wonderful person. So we have this societal expectation that not just appearance is everything. It's essentially currency for women. You know, that's how I've felt, you know, for many, many years, that societal beauty ideal equaled success, happiness, even, you know, successful relationships. And then we add into that the societal pressure to never age and stay young. So what advice would you give to someone who is naturally aging? We all age. And we know it's a privilege, but it's still really hard to undo the messages, the social media pressure, like even from peers. You know, my mom picking, oh, you've got gray hairs, you're going to pluck them out. And I was like, I don't know. Should I? Like, how do we, you know, navigate this when we're aging?
Look, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, don't ever dye your gray hairs, or like, don't do this or don't do that, or you need to do this. I think the way we navigate it is recognizing that for each of us, each and every single one of us, that journey is going to be different. And what feels right for you, what that looks like for you, isn't going to be what's right for me. Maybe you want to go completely gray, and that's a beautiful and powerful thing. Maybe I want to dye my hair until I'm 90 and go rainbow colors, and that's also a powerful and beautiful thing. So I think allowing yourself grace and kindness to explore what feels right for you, allowing a space where you question the beliefs that you have, that's something I do across the board for anything. It doesn't mean they stop. It doesn't mean, you know, I don't know, say you are struggling with your cellulite. Allow yourself to question, okay, why do I feel bad about cellulite? If 80 to 90% of women have it, Why do I think it's a strange thing? Why do I think it's a flaw? Why do I think it's a mistake? So allowing that space where you really challenge these ideas, maybe that helps you shift it, maybe it doesn't. Again, that's very unique to you. But I think with anything, when it comes to our appearance as women, giving ourselves that space to question, because so many of our insecurities are driven by a patriarchal industry that's profiting off of our insecurities. So allowing that challenge. And then if you still say, okay, well, yeah, I know cellulite is normal, but I don't feel like wearing shorts today. I'm going to wear leggings. Okay, that's, show up whichever way feels right for you, and give yourself kindness and really release that shame as you go along. I mean, I think us women, we are told to feel shame and embarrassed about every single decision we make, no matter which way it goes. I mean, you're a mom. You cannot win. Working mom, okay, that's wrong. Stay-at-home mom, okay, that's wrong. No children, yes, children. Oh, my gosh. So really releasing that shame and allowing yourself to navigate it in a way that's right for you.
Oh, beautiful. I'm taking this all in because I feel like, I'm going through all these shifts as well. And I'm feeling, I'm feeling so much shame from some of the mom things that I share and talk about. And I think what's interesting is if you're consuming social media, we're not telling you what to do ever. It's our lived experience. It's our truth. Combo feeding might be right for me. Breastfeeding in public might be right for me. Working, not working, whatever it might be. And so I think when you're consuming social media as well, just like take that in, that you don't have to have the same life as someone else, or take it in as your truth. It's that person's truth. So we've talked about aging, but what about confidence? Have you seen a shift, like what confidence looked like in your 20s versus your 30s versus your 40s? I would love, because there's going to be some people watching this who are maybe in their 20s, or maybe someone who's already in their 40s. So sharing those kind of like different bits of confidence would be great.
Absolutely. I would say as I've gotten older, I've definitely become more confident in who I am, confident in my skin, confident in my personality, in my quirks, and saying like, I don't know, I don't like clubbing at night. I like waking up at 7 a.m., which for a long time embarrassed me because I was like, oh, but all the cool kids are staying out until, I don't know, 11 or 12. I don't know how late they stay out, later than me. But as I've gotten older, they referred to it as an analogy once, and I think this is great because I think this is very true, is throughout your life as a woman, you carry around, they said, I don't cuss very much, but they called it like a bag of fucks, like a bag of like, okay. So just keep that word in mind because I'm not very comfortable saying it, but like you carry around this bag. Okay. And in your 20s, you just have all these ideas in it and you're like, okay, well, they think this and they think this. And so this bag is heavy and it's weighing you down. As you get older, you start to think, well, actually, I don't care if they don't like me wearing sports kit all day. I don't care if and you start to dump these out because you start to realize I don't have to carry around this super heavy bag. And maybe you still have some, maybe some things still matter to you and you care about this, you care about that. But as you get older, the weight becomes lighter, this kind of burden that we are given to carry. So anyone who's watching this, who's like 20, or maybe you're, 29 and you're worried about turning 30, or every year I have had, it feels better in my skin. It feels better as myself. And for that, like, I wish I could go back to baby Danae and just be like, girl, you're great. Don't waste this.
I know. I think that really has always been like the driving force of like, keep sharing these messages, because if you can get to one person, it just sparks what sparked in us, but spark it sooner. Insecurities literally bind us. They are preventing you from living your life fully. And that's just so important to be free from those. And I think women as society, and I would love, like, what would your advice be if you have an insecure friend or someone struggling with an eating disorder, someone who is, struggling with their confidence even? How can we support them as a community, as, a society, maybe even thinking about how we're speaking to them or what we're posting? How can we support someone?
Well, first off, I just want to say that it's very normal as a woman, as a female, to have these insecurities. I mean, new research is showing that by the age of 3, little girls are leaning towards words like pretty and prefer things tied to their appearance. By the age of 6, stats are showing now that it's like 80% of little girls think their bodies are too big.
Oh
So
my God.
it's spiraling, and it's coming at a younger age. And I mean, we think maybe we're immune to it, or social media doesn't impact us, and oh my gosh, it does. So I just want to say, like, it's very normal. If you're struggling or your friend is struggling, it's a very normal thing. If you want to help someone else, so we're talking about another person, I think one of the most powerful things you can do is listen. Again, so much of this is tied to shame and embarrassment and the feeling that we're not worthy. I listened to a psychologist once who was saying, she was asked by a reporter, like, what's the one common theme you see across most people? And the psychologist said, well, you know, every single person who steps into my office thinks if they show who they really are, if they show that like true kernel of themselves, they won't be worthy of love, that there's something wrong with them. And I reckon so many of us in our like heart of hearts, we have that little insecurity, that little fear. And so if someone's struggling, one of the best things we could do is just listen, let them be seen, know that they're loved, that they're safe, and then point them to resources. I mean, NEDA, the National Eating Disorder Association, has like a free helpline that you can call. They have a bunch of free resources on their website. There are other charities like that, other organizations. So point them to resources. Do what you can to help guide them without judgment.
I love that. And I've got to ask, because I am a mom too, and I do have a daughter, and those statistics, like I almost can't look at them because it does terrify me. And I will obviously do my best to know what I've learned that's helped me. But we're navigating, you know, parenthood without a handbook, without knowing. All I know is I speak to myself in a loving way, and she will see that. But are you thinking there's any specific tools or anything, like conversations that you're going to have with your child to hopefully help them not go through what we went through?
I think you're absolutely right with the words you use towards yourself. That's so important. I think part of it is educating our partners, if there's a partner in your life, especially if they're men. I mean, my husband, a lot of the things that like seem so day to day and that I know are so loaded. For instance, if you say to a woman, oh, that dress looks a bit small on you, that dress looks a bit tight. I'm like, I'm not sure that's, you know, we have to just think about these things, especially if they're a teenager or a young girl. And so having those conversations with our partners to help educate, I'd really recommend that. But when it comes, so I have a little girl, if anyone's not familiar, she's almost 2. When it comes to how and what I'm doing with my daughter specifically, I am not commenting on her body in a visual way. I think she is radiant. I think she is a beautiful girl, but I'm very aware of how every single thing we say about a body kind of goes into our minds. So I'm very careful about that. I'm very careful with how we talk about food. You know, it's not good and bad food. It's not, oh, you ate this cookie, so now, I don't know, mommy ate a cookie, now I have to go run. It's, oh, I ran and a cookie's wonderful and isn't this great? Like, it's a celebration of things instead of punishment, instead of suffering. So I'm just trying to watch the words because I think they really matter. I mean, as a mom, right? It's tricky, it's delicate.
Of everything, and it's interesting how they even pick up. And I've noticed there's been a few times where my son has maybe even just had like dinner at a friend's house, and he's picked up some things of like, protein is good. And I was like, where did he hear that from? Protein is good. Like, so we're not only having to like not protect, because we can't protect them from the world, but we're having to somehow cultivate these conversations, not knowing where they might be learning certain things from either. So
Absolutely.
I feel like yeah. Have you ever experienced, I mean, she's 2. Is she talking yet?
She is, and she's got opinions. She's got opinions, but it's interesting because I think it's very important to talk to children at a very young age about like no zones. And I know this is not exactly what we're talking about, but like with my daughter already, like I'm educating her around like her, no zones and using different words. But I think we can extend that to body image. It's because we have to give them these tools, because they're going out in the world, and the world isn't always a kind and safe and nurturing place. And so it's up to us to be the ones that are informed and educating and absolutely giving them the tools. So, it's like for your son, if he goes to a house and I don't know, protein is good. Well, sure. Yeah. Protein is great, but your brain literally requires carbs to function. So there's nuance there.
Totally. Now, I just want to ask if there is anyone in the comments who has a little question. So true, children are sponges. Yep, they pick up everything. You'd be so surprised. And yeah, it's very interesting. My son already compliments me, but it's usually on appearance-based things. And again, I'm like, where's he learned that from? But so yeah, there's a lot of unlearning to do in the whole community. Like you said, I think sitting down with your partner, with family, that's been a challenging one. I've had to have a few conversations that have been tough, telling grandparents that like when you're telling my child he's being entitled or you're affirming things. He's taking that in and saying, that's the type of person I am. And so there is a lot of work to do there. It's not just the impact you have. But I want to just, I guess, anyone has any questions, please ask away. One question I want to know is, do you remember the day where you first felt true confidence? Like you stepped into your confidence, you were free from your eating disorder. Do you remember that day? What was it? What was that feeling?
Look, I'm not that person that like walks in a room and is like, hello, look at me, I'm super confident. I don't think I've ever hit that point where I'm like, I am a true confident goddess. Like observe my, beautiful confident power. I think confidence is a journey, and some days we feel stronger and some days we feel more delicate. And some days I feel like my most radiant, powerful self. And then the next day I'm like, we're going to have a little battle today, aren't we? So I would say I feel the most confident usually when I'm moving my body. Not it, I certainly don't look what society says like you need to. I get really red. I get like really red. No. I saw myself in a yoga position the other day, and I was like, oh wow, it's like a tomato. It's a nice tomato glow. It's not just a glow, it's tomato. But you know what? I love it. And I feel so confident, and I feel so strong, and I feel so powerful. So if anyone is struggling and you like a little bit of movement, I'd recommend that.
And what are your 3 words or an affirmation or a phrase that you're taking into 2025 to affirm how you want that year to be and feel for you?
Oh my gosh, 2025. I feel like 2024 has just kind of hit me over the head. I'm like, how is it already almost December? How is it almost Christmas? I would say an affirmation that I'm going to take into it is, you are capable and you can grow.
Ooh, love that. Absolutely love that. I think that's a beautiful way to end this conversation. So grateful to have you here on BodCon. I know you've done the podcast and a bunch of other amazing things. And obviously you work with Nida too. So if you do not follow Danae already, she is a wonderful force of positivity. And like you said, a different type of confidence too. And I think that that's what's so unique about your content. And it really come as you are. And you're talk about developing your confidence in such a beautiful, gentle way. I really appreciate this conversation and learning from you. And yeah, I hope we get to connect soon. And thank you all for listening to this keynote. And we'll be right back. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Confidence is a journey. And at Revel Beauty, we're with you every step of the way. Our bioadaptive skincare is designed for all bodies, restoring and protecting your natural glow. We believe in supporting your wellness, inside and out, so you can look and feel your best at every age and stage. As proud sponsors of the BodCon 2024, we're here to remind you to seek joy in your body, because confidence radiates from within.
getting into the vibes. Thank you for everyone who is still here. We've had such an incredible day so far, and it was just such a pleasure getting able to connect with Danae, and I really hope you enjoyed that conversation. So everyone, I wanted to share a little bit about my journey, and I think it's really interesting because we've talked about confidence in so many different areas of our lives, and one part of my life where I struggled most with feeling confident again, even after doing all the work, even after recovery, postpartum. Oh man, postpartum during COVID, it was rough. And I lost all the tools in my nice box that I wrapped up with a bow and I thought was done. I did it. I recovered. I was confident. I ticked off my list of so many things I achieved in, my dream career. It fell apart. I stopped showering. I, wasn't getting dressed. And I just lost that motivation to look after myself because it was baby, like partner, career, all other stuff, me. And yeah, I wanted to talk about that today because I think what we've learned through all of the incredible workshops as well is how we all have so much power within us. And when I hear all of these amazing different human stories who have had different lived experiences, who, experience different truths, one thing that seems to really resonate is how they've been through some kind of struggle or some kind of challenge, and they've now used that as a strength to help other people or to be vulnerable, and it changed their lives. Look at Risa Tisa. I'm sure she never imagined something that was probably the most challenging thing that she never even expected to have to go through, has now inspired millions of people and created a movement and is actually now creating the career of her dreams. So that being said, some of you may know that I have a brand. It's called Saltaire. The story behind this brand was created in my darkest time of postpartum, where like I said, I stopped showering and I started giving myself negative affirmations, which is like something I know is not positive and not celebratory and not of benefit to me. And I started saying, I'm a mess. I feel disgusting. And even my friends were calling me out like, Iskra, A, that's not like you. And B, you are not a mess. Your environment might be a mess. The world might be a mess right now. We're in a pandemic, but you are not a mess. And I remember my partner saying to me, like, how can I support you? What do you need? What do you need help with? I was like, I just need to not feel guilty for having like a 5-minute shower. And I somehow need to get the motivation to take it. I know I should, but it's not like what I want to do. And so I realized that if there was some way to get excited, whether it be a fragrance or a nice product that I like to use, I was like, that actually, when I get in the shower and feel and smell good and cleanse myself, there's something really nurturing about that for me. And coming from 20 years in like the fashion industry and realizing that fashion inclusivity is so challenging, I was like, you know what? Body wash is something everybody uses. It's probably the most inclusive product that you could think of. And I was like, oh, wow, I've been trying to gift people this sense of you deserve to take care of yourself. And even if it's just 5 minutes in the shower or if it's, your daily affirmation. And I wanted to gift people that or touch people or inspire people to do that so much throughout my social media and the way I post. And I was like, the brand to do that is body care, like taking that time to look after your body. Obviously, you need to do the work inside, but there's something to worshiping your body on the outside too. So that being said, that really is the story of Saltaire, and why it's called Saltaire is because when I thought about how do I want to help people feel their best selves, I was like, well, I feel most at peace when my toes are in the sand, when the sun is kissing my skin, when I can hear the waves crashing, and when I breathe in the salt air, like literally that breath. And like, that's what I hope people get from these products, from this experience, is just taking that in breath that you deserve. Even if your life feels chaotic, even if you feel like a mess, you're not. And so I'm going to be giving away our trending trio. That's our serum deodorant, which is pregnancy safe. We use AHAs, so it acidifies the skin and actually gets rid of the bacteria that causes odor. It was a real passion of mine when I was not showering and pretty stinky postpartum and pregnancy to get a natural deodorant that worked. Our body mist, and our nourishing body oil in this scent. This is our best-selling scent, Santal Bloom. We've sold 1 million bottles of our body wash, which blows my mind. We're in Target, which has been the perfect partner. And so giving away 3 trending trios, all 3 of those products to you. So comment one thing that you're most proud of yourself for. And it could be just showing up today. It could be something you did in your career, your relationship, or just for you. I would love to know, and we can just share some things that we're most proud of. So yeah, I'm really excited to do that little giveaway. And of course, it is now finally time for our most awaited discussion of the day, the Ozempic debate. I'm gonna be all ears for this one. This is weighing the pros and cons of this miracle medicine. Some may say it's a miracle, some may say it's terrifying. Where do we stand? And so I'm thrilled to have Leslie D. Tucker moderating this crucial conversation with panelists Dr. Kimberly Dennis, Kelsey Martinez, and Dr. Jen. So get ready for some eye-opening insights, and let's watch this video and dive right in.
Join the discussion on the controversial rise of Ozempic, exploring whether it's a breakthrough solution or a problematic trend in the quest for health and confidence. Featuring Dr. Kimberly Dennis, a psychiatrist, Kelsey Martinez, an influencer, and Dr. Jen, a nurse practitioner. Together, they weigh in on the benefits and challenges of this so-called miracle medicine.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. She's here. Hi, how are you guys doing today? I'm so excited to be on this panel with all of you. If we could, before we get started, if you guys could just give a quick introduction just about who you are, what you're about, so that way everybody here can get to know each of you a little bit more. You can start, Dr. Jen.
Oh, hi, I'm Dr. Jen. I'm currently in family medicine. I have been bedside as a nurse practitioner for over 8 years. Prior to that, critical care nurse for over 10 years. So very well aware of obesity, everything that we're going to be talking about. I've personally prescribed semaglutide. I have my own practice, and I also utilize it there as well.
Awesome. And then you, Kelsey?
Yeah, hi, I'm Kelsey. I am a mom of 3 young kids. I'm a wife of a firefighter, and I have polycystic ovarian syndrome. Struggled with that for the majority of my life, and I started using Mounjaro, which is kind of Ozempic's sister, if you will, about 2 years ago. And I started documenting my journey on TikTok, and it's just kind of been a whirlwind ever since. But now I still have my TikTok. I talk about all things beauty, lifestyle, bodies, PCOS, all of the things. And yeah, I'm really excited to be here and talk about this.
Awesome. And then we have Dr. Kim, which is really exciting because she has worked personally with our partner, Nita, correct?
Correct. So I'm Dr. Kim Dennis. I'm the co-founder of SunCloud Health, which is an addiction, eating disorders, mental health, trauma treatment center in the Chicago area. And I have also lived experience in recovery from bulimia and food addiction and addiction and all sorts of developmental trauma. So I've given a lot of talks on the GLP meds in the eating disorder context, sort of bridging the 2 worlds of internal medicine and eating disorders.
Awesome. So this topic, if I'm not wrong to say, is very taboo, or it used to be one of those things where you don't talk about the O word, or you overly talk about the O word, right? And obviously we're using Ozempic because that's like the most used terminology, but just GLP-1s in general have been like the hot topic. And for me personally, I will speak for myself, but I think that we all are here for a safe conversation about what these medications are, the pros and cons, but also I personally believe in body autonomy. I want people to do what's best for their personal health. It's very important that we're aware that healthcare can look different for everybody. What could work for me might not work for the next person. And I think that's why this conversation is super important, because everybody thinks that there's a black and white answer to healthcare, and it's just not true, right? So I hope that we can, dig deep. And again, this is a safe space for us to just talk about the taboo O word or whatever you like to call it, right? So let's get straight into the first question. Or maybe the best way to go about it, maybe there are people here who don't know what Ozempic is, which I would find shocking, but just in case you don't know what Ozempic or Mounjaro, or if you're never heard of GLP-1, maybe one of the doctors can give us a quick description of what it is. We can do Dr. Kim. You're there.
Sure. So the GLP meds as a class are a class of medications that were initially created to treat type 2 diabetes. And they've been around since early 2000s. What has changed with these medications is their potency, their capacity to modulate blood glucose, and also their capacity to decrease weight and decrease appetite. And they act on all different sorts of organs in our bodies: our pancreas, our hearts, our brains, our bones. And the brain aspects are part of what's related to some of the decrease that people can refer to as food noise has gone away. I'm not gambling as much. I'm not using as much alcohol, all of that. And then the stomach, it impacts the stomach and slows down gastric emptying, which can cause some problems, but also creates a sense of fullness with a lot less food than people are used to eating.
Okay, awesome. So just quickly, is there a difference between like Ozempic, Mounjaro? Like what is one classified as one, or are they all diabetic medications? Is one specifically for weight loss, or is one, what are the differences, or are they all the same, just different labels?
So I'd say that they're using that same active ingredient, which is semaglutide. And so the semaglutide can be branded by different companies and utilized for different indications. So for Ozempic, it was for type 2 diabetes, and that started around 2017. Wegovy is another brand, and that one was approved by the FDA in, I believe, March of 2024, and that was for weight loss. So there's several different medications that fall within that same class: Trulicity, Byetta, Victoza, Saxenda. They're all within that same class.
Okay. So I would hope that we can explain a little bit more why we think Ozempic has gained so much attention, or any of the GLP-1 medications. Obviously, we talked about what it is and what the primary use is, but why do you think there's been such what's the difference between this and, I don't know, some particular diet, fad diet or something like that? Why is this one it's like a torpedo, especially on social media, of Ozempic. Why do we think it's become so popular?
I think it's been hit or miss with other diet fads. I think with the Ozempic and the Wegovy, the proof is in the research. Many different trials have been done, over 4,000 participants, 2-year trials, and it's been consistent with what the people are seeing. And so the effects are definitely weight loss. If it's for the diabetes, because of the weight loss, it's also improving their diabetes numbers. And with the Wegovy, it's definitely helping people achieve what they couldn't necessarily achieve in the past with other diet fads.
Yeah.
Well, Kelsey, how did you discover it yourself, like outside of being in the medical field? How did it come into your life?
Yeah. So as I said, I've struggled with polycystic ovarian syndrome for the majority of my life. I was diagnosed officially when I was 22, so about 10, 11 years ago. And I had 3 babies. I went through fertility issues with all of them. And after I had my 3rd baby, I was really struggling. I had gotten to, over 250 pounds, which was honestly just a piece of the puzzle. I hadn't had a cycle in 2 years. I wasn't feeling good. I was feeling so much fatigue. I wasn't feeling a ton of energy and a ton of motivation in playing with my kids, in a lot of pieces of my life. And I had a friend who I was talking to at work whose sister had started Ozempic, also had polycystic ovarian syndrome, and was seeing like crazy results. Like she was getting her cycle, she was losing weight, she was feeling really great, her hormones were starting to level out. And I was like, okay, what is that? Because I'm someone who's tried it all, right? So when I hear like Ozempic or Mounjaro compared to like a fad diet, to me it was never even in the same category. It was I tried this every diet, keto, zone, like South Beach, like whatever you want to call it, and I'd always lose 20 pounds and then I'd always gain it right back because it just wasn't sustainable for me. So when I had first heard about this, I was like, oh, hang on, like people are having results. I did a lot of research. I did a lot of studying, and Mounjaro actually had just come out when I had initially started looking into it. And so I went to my doctor, I see an endocrinologist, and I said, hey, have you heard about Ozempic? And he was like, yeah, I have. And have you heard about Mounjaro, which was showing that it was having greater effects and, greater amounts of weight loss and all of that kind of stuff. So I was like, no, I haven't heard about it. And I was like, I'm going to try it. I had been through it all and I was ready to do something different. And when I approached the medication, I approached it in the way of, I want sustainability. I want this to work. I want to be able to sustain this weight and my health for as long as I can. So I went into it without any kind of restrictive dieting in mind. I let the medication do its thing, and it completely changed my life for the better. I had a cycle again. My cycles have been regular ever since. Like my health has just completely done a 180. So I'm obviously a kind of an advocate for these medications for the right person and in collaboration closely with a doctor. But that's kind of where I heard of it and how I started taking it.
I'm very happy to hear that it's been a positive, or it has made a positive impact in your life. And I think, we talked about some of the positive impact that it's had on you personally, but what are the risks of using GLP-1s or Ozempic for particularly weight loss? And I would love to direct this question to Dr. Kim, because I know that you worked in the eating disorder sector, right? Specifically, how does that affect that community specifically? And could this maybe lead to an increase to eating disorder, or would this help? What is your opinion on for that particular community?
Yeah. So, like Dr. Jen was saying, we have lots of research at this point substantiating the cardioprotective effects, the diabetes effects, the weight loss effects from these medications. 4-year studies, 17,000 patients. We don't have anything really. We have like a handful of studies on these medications in people with eating disorders. Mm-hmm. So obviously it depends on the person. I love just when you opened us up, Leslie, body autonomy and people being able to make their own choices after getting in true informed consent. Here are the risks, here are the benefits, here's what we don't know. Here's what you're going to need to be prepared to do. So sustainability is a part of it, and we don't quite have an off ramp yet, which is okay, because there are medications in psychiatry, there are medications in other areas of medicine that people take for the rest of their lives because they have a chronic condition, that if it's treated with the medication and there aren't adverse side effects, great. Some of the concerns that I think in the eating disorder world are around, what does this mean for fat activism or fat phobia? What does this mean for, particularly for people who have either been misdiagnosed or not diagnosed, who have eating disorders, who know what to say or what not to say when they go to their doctor looking for these medications. I have a couple of patients who don't meet any of the FDA criteria to be on the medication, who have obtained it through the internet, by lying on the questionnaire. So, and some of these folks have gotten very, very sick and needed to be hospitalized medically, and then, residential treatment, PHP, IOP, the whole thing. So I think from a concern standpoint, that's sort of where my head is. You know, are we going to see an increase in particularly people with restrictive types of eating disorders, whether that's anorexia nervosa or atypical anorexia nervosa, which I've seen as well. People living in larger bodies who go on these medications and then sort of a switch flips where they're only eating, 500 calories a day and having muscle wasting, no energy, no pleasure. So I think these medications can be amazing. And I think people with eating disorders, depending on the person, can also benefit in certain contexts with close monitoring. I would personally love to see every person who gets these be screened for an eating disorder before they get on these medications, but I know that's a huge ask with regards to the work that all of the work that primary care doctors are doing these days.
And that was key, like with close monitoring, it's the fact that a lot of people could just go online, fill out the questionnaire the right way, and have access to some sort of medication that maybe they should not be on. And I think that's the scariest part. But then if we make it too restrictive, there's some people who are already complaining that I can't get my hands on it. I need it, but my insurance won't cover it, or I don't meet the criteria, but I know it'll be helpful, right? So it's kind of like a lose-lose situation in a sense. And I think you did mention some of the side effects. Someone in the chat actually asked, like, oh, I heard that the side effects are really awful. And maybe, Kelsey, you can explain what your experience was. And then maybe Dr. Jen, you could talk about the possibility of what could happen.
Yeah, I think that you kind of, in the beginning, how you said like everyone is just going to be different. And I'm finding the same with this medication. I know a ton of people who are on the medication from like my community on TikTok, and it just seems to be so individualized on who has side effects and who doesn't. Personally, didn't really have side effects. I had a little bit of nausea when I would move up my dose. That was totally manageable. And that's been my experience, and that said, is that common? I don't think so. I think that having a little more nausea and those things do happen, and everybody's different. For some it's going to be completely manageable, and for others it's going to be like you shouldn't be on this medication, so I think again it's just one of those things that I'm really passionate about. You need to be in close collaboration with your doctor when you're on this medication. I know that we've talked about people obtaining it in not the best way, and I'm just a huge proponent of just being in partnership with your doctor. If your doctor is not in partnership with you, go maybe find another doctor that maybe has the same beliefs as you. But that has kind of been my experience with side effects.
Yeah. I'm going to echo off of what you said as well, in terms of there is no cookie cutter approach for medicine. And so it really needs to be individualized. You should have a provider that's comfortable and familiar with you prescribing these medications, as well as keeping follow-up. I start with lab work with my patients. I have a conversation with them. The plan is you're going to come back every 4 weeks, because we need to closely monitor you for possible side effects that could be occurring. I think a lot of people get scared because they hear of these really bad stories and really bad side effects, but there's a lot of questions that precede that. Was there close follow-up? Or were you just given 6 months of medication and told to go out on your own? Was the medication titrated up properly? A lot of these medications have a stepstone system where you start off with 0.5 milligram, 0.25, then 0.5, then 1. And so during those steps, you should be close contact with your provider so you can make sure that you're tolerating it okay, and that they're monitoring for these side effects and educating you what to look out for. Just with any medication, there's potentially bad side effects. But again, if it's prescribed carefully and in close collaboration with your provider, you kind of minimize those chances.
Right. And I would like to add to, outside of that, everybody has their own agenda, right? Not everybody has an agenda, but some people do have their own agendas. So there are some people that are going to tell you that this is the worst medication on earth because you need to buy my personal training content, right? That's what you should be doing. Or there's going to be some people who are like, oh, you should take this medication because I'm getting paid to tell you to take these medications. So everything, so you really have to do your own personal research. And if it's something that you really feel like you're doing this for your health and not because you want to look a certain way or whatever. Well, I wouldn't even say if you want to look a certain way, because everybody has their own reasonings. Like maybe, their body confidence is something that they struggle with. But just making sure that you're doing it because you don't want to fit into what a society mold would want you to be, right? Because you might not even meet that, right? You could lose the 100 pounds and then have flabby something and be like, oh, nope, I have to do this. And it never ends if you don't do that internal work. So I hope that's helpful for people who are looking into it, but they're not sure. Just realize everybody has their own reason to, whether they're uplifting or downplaying. Just make sure that you do your own personal research and make your own general opinion. So one of the things, we're the BodCon, right? So of course we're going to talk about like if it's a problem, if it's problematic, just the use of Ozempic or these GLP-1 reinforces problematic attitudes towards a quick fix solution in health, because we're told, slow and steady, take your time. And this has jump started a lot of people and they've been able to get fast results in a quick way. Some people not so much. Like I said, it's different for everybody, but can you find that to be problematic in maybe the body confidence sector? What does it mean for our community, the people who maybe don't have access to, their insurance won't cover it, right? Or they can't afford the medication. What do we say to those people who are working so hard to be good within their skin? And maybe they are healthy, but they just don't feel like they have access to what they need as well. Anybody could hop on to that.
I believe that confidence is an inside job. Body confidence is an inside job. I think that oftentimes, again, coming from an eating disorder lens, oftentimes people are stress eating. The food supply chain that they have access to is not the food supply chain we had, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Many people have like little to no access to whole foods, right? It's you eat whatever is at the corner store or you're not eating. So I think there are all sorts of, this is just connected to so many things for a lot of folks. Access to the GLP meds is a huge issue. And even if somebody has access and is on this medication, if that inside stuff is not squared away, if trauma isn't taken care of, and we live in a traumatizing world, like there's a lot going on here, 2 days before November 5th, and people are stressed. And I think people, GLP medication or not, one of the things that I always work with people on is, what does confidence mean inside of you? And what, can you be curious about why you think it has to look this, or this way for you, and really just getting aligned with your true values inside. And then let's help you achieve those.
Right.
Yeah.
I was going
to, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. So I found with my patients, definitely it's on the costly end, but there are programs that the companies are either sponsoring, there are coupons they're providing. I've had patients that can afford, $500 after, which sounds like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it could be $1,300 a month, and they've been able to afford the $500. Or there's sometimes a copay or a co-insurance with the insurances. We're finding more insurances are starting to cover it, because if it is for obesity or for diabetes, if you can get that under control, there's a lot of other comorbidities or health issues that the person may avoid in the future. So in the grand scheme of things, insurance it's beneficial for them to cover it, because it will help them in the long term in saving money in terms of paying for treatment. So it's going to take some time, but it's slowly becoming more affordable.
I have a specific.
Sorry, go ahead.
This question's for you, so you can tell me and then go to this as well, because there's people who are on the influencer side like me, or are the creator side like me, and even though they might have PCOS just like you, they are so afraid of what people are gonna say. And even if it makes sense for them, they're like, oh, my audience is gonna think I'm lazy, or my audience is going to think that I took the easy way out, right? So just add on to what you were going to say, and then I want to give maybe some advice to those people, maybe even someone like me. Maybe I need the medication and I'm like, well, I can't let my audience know because they think I'm a loser, right? So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think this is a really real thought that a lot of people go through. And I think that ultimately what you choose to do for your body is nobody's business but your own. And I talk about this on my page a lot because people are like, oh my gosh, the holidays are coming up. I've lost weight. I know that people are going to comment on my body. And I'm like, and I give a couple scenarios. I'm like, scenario A, you don't talk about it at all. You end the conversation, you walk away, you set those boundaries, and you say, I'm not talking to anyone about what I'm doing to my body because it's my choice and it's my decision. I don't need to. And I think that's the number one thing when you think about this. I think the other thing is when I first started taking these medications, I dealt with a lot of guilt. Like there was some guilt, right? And the same way that society kind of pushes on us that we should look a certain way, society also pushes on us that losing weight should be hard, that it shouldn't be easy, that you got yourself to that size and you should have to work to get yourself back to the size that you want. And that's another thing that society pushes on us. And it's just what this medication is doing is that it's debunking that. It's saying, no, there is a solution for the chronic health condition of obesity. And if you choose to do it, you can lose the weight if that's what you choose to do. And it doesn't have to be as hard. Going through this process, was it easy? No, of course not. There was definitely some difficult pieces about it, but I think that we just have this idea in our head. And again, it goes back to that people are lazy. People who are living bigger bodies, ate themselves into that way. And it's just not true. And we're developing that, and we're getting these research studies, and we're finding that that's not always true. So for me, I dealt with some of that guilt, and I had a friend ask me, Kelsey, why does it have to be hard? And I'm like, you're right. Like, why does it have to be hard? Why do I have to work, get into the gym 5, 6, 7 days a week with a personal trainer like I've done? Why do I have to eat 800 calories a day to lose 30 pounds and then gain it right back? Like, why does it have to be that way when I have another option? And so I think that that's a different perspective that maybe people don't really think about when they're talking about these medications. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. But hopefully that answered your question.
No, it totally answered my question. It's very, very helpful. I never thought of it in that way. It's kind of like every time people say in a different aspect, oh, relationships are supposed to be hard. We're supposed to struggle through this. And you're like, well, I'm unhappy and he's unhappy, but let's struggle through that bad boy. And
let's keep pushing through.
Be that way, right? Yeah. So just to make it relatable, but we're almost out of time, guys. So I would love to wrap up your guys' final thoughts. I definitely would love to hear if you think that there should be alternative approaches. If maybe someone doesn't want to do the medication, what are the alternatives to that? Or if they do decide to take the medication, what to look out for, whatever you feel on your heart that you would like to share in our final minutes here.
I'll just say something really quick, which is, I just want to say really quick, I just wanted to piggyback off what Dr. Kim said, which was confidence comes from the inside, right? So confidence is something that what I've learned has come from the inside. I've lost 100 pounds, but growing up in the 2000s, you would think that I would want to be 120 pounds because that's what everybody said was, what you should be. I got to 160 and I'm like, nah, I'm good here. And that's only because I did a lot of inside work and a lot of reflecting on the inside and realized like, I'm confident here. I'm happy here. I like where I am here. And it took a lot of time, but I think ultimately it's going to come from what's on the inside and it's not going to come from what's on the outside.
Definitely. I second that. Emotional support is really important. If there's something that they're dealing with, like Dr. Kim said about triggers, that could be, even if you lose the weight, you could still not be happy. So that's important to discover. But the different alternatives that are available, like when a patient comes to me, I kind of ask them based on their history, what have they tried? Why didn't it work? What were the outcomes of whatever they tried? And then we talk about the differences if they haven't. Exercise is always one of them. Nutritional counseling, intermittent fasting, low carb, low fat, even acupuncture, hypnotherapy, supplements like turmeric, green tea. There's so many different other alternatives that people can try. And usually when they come to you and they're asking for this GLP-1, they've already tried these things. So.
Yeah, and I just want to echo what Dr. Jen said, is there are alternatives, people, and I think that's the important thing is people, you all have choices. Like we all have choices, and if there's something on your heart that you want to try, but you're worried to like not try it, even if your doctor's saying, well, this could, prolong your life for 5 years or save you from having a heart attack. Anybody who would judge you or shame you for making that choice and trying it, in my opinion, is not somebody who deserves to like be around you. So, I think people's health choices, again, if they're made in the context of these are my values, this is my doctor, it's a competent doctor who's telling me what the benefits and the risks and the pitfalls and the whole thing is going to look like. I wish we lived in a world where people could make the choices, particularly people in bodies of size, to do what they wanted to do and not have to worry about being shamed one way or the other, because that's just not necessary.
Right. And just a reminder to everyone who's watching, it's also a choice to do nothing. You don't have to do anything. If you love yourself, like I've been a big girl since I can remember, okay? I hit puberty and I was thick, right? So it's okay if you decide that you're good with where you're at and you want to, chill out and just live your life and go rock climbing and live your life. That's completely up to you guys as well. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciated this open-ended conversation. It was very helpful, especially just knowing that everything looks different for everybody, and that helps me with all my friends and family or anybody who would ever possibly ask me. So thank you guys so much, and we're gonna wrap it up here. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Well, thank you all so much for that very insightful panel. I feel like we all learned a lot. And if anyone is feeling potentially triggered, remember NEDA is there. They have online resources, and no, this is a safe space. We are here to support you. So we're going to take a little 5-minute break. So feel free to grab a coffee, stretch it out. And of course, up next, we're going to get ready for our BodCon Confidence series. This is going to be a masterclass on confidence building that you can stream right from your phone. So we'll see you back here very, very soon. Me and baby girl.
What if there was a way for everybody to feel confident? I'm Taryn Brumford. I know firsthand how hard it can be to find the right path to get from body criticism to body love. I'm a documentary director, body image movement activist, and current holder of the Australian of the Year Award. Social media access, more digital inclusivity, but something has gone very wrong. Today, a staggering 85% of women in the US reported being unhappy with their bodies. But here's the empowering truth. You have the power to break free from this cycle, to create change and reclaim your self-confidence. Our experts have worked with many women lacking self-confidence, and many of them thought it was something they'd just have to live with forever. But with our proven hacks and techniques, we've witnessed tears of joy and relief from how amazingly their self-narrative turns around. This course is the catalyst for transforming your life into one filled with self-love, empowerment, and limitless possibilities. Ready to unlock your true potential? It's time to become the main character of your story, and it starts here. My name is Taryn Brumford, and I cannot wait for you to take life into your hands and finally achieve the confidence you deserve. Join the confidence revolution. Take the quiz today.
Taryn is such an icon, and what a fantastic day this has been. We've been together basically all day, and I'm so proud of you for showing up and committing to this. I'm sure you have so many takeaways and things that you can literally implement right now that are hopefully going to boost your confidence, your career, improve your relationships, all sorts of positive things. And so I hope you've had the most wonderful day. And on behalf of BodCon 2024, Empowering Confidence in Everybody and Every Journey, I want to thank each and every one of you for being you. Your energy, engagement, and passion have really made this a special event that I've been honored to be a part of. A huge thank you to our amazing guests, panelists, and of course our keynote speaker for sharing their insights and stories. You've truly inspired us all. And a big shout out to our major sponsor, Shapermint, along with TrueKind, Revel Beauty, and the Spa Doctor for their generous support in making this event possible. Now, the moment you've been waiting for, I feel like we need some drums. The winner of our major giveaway. I'm hoping it's going to magically pop up on screen somewhere any minute now. I'm waiting for a little text message. I don't have a name, but I feel it's coming sometime soon, magically. And this winner is going to win all of those amazing goodies. So that's super, super exciting. I'm still waiting for it. This is a very big build up for me. A nice big drum roll. Oh, giveaway winners, Kelly is saying. Grand giveaway will be shared in the YouTube comments shortly. Okay, so in that case, I will wrap this up and just say, no matter how you're feeling right now after today, hopefully you don't feel overwhelmed. Hopefully you're taking this on board and realizing that you are filled with unlimited potential. There is always the opportunity to continue to grow, to learn. Everybody's journey is not perfect, but it's your journey. And I just am really grateful that you showed up, because that really is the first step. I still remember the first time getting that book. Of course, I'm blanking on the name of it. Louise Hay, oh my gosh, Louise Hay book with affirmations. And originally thinking like, this will never work. What's a silly affirmation going to do? And the transformative power instead, when I switched my mindset to, what if it does work? Why don't I just try? And the power of the words I spoke to myself became truly my new definition of myself. Instead, I can look in the mirror and say, I am enough. And when I started repeating it, I started to believe it, and it started to become true. So we have the winners of our giveaway. Oh my goodness, look how many giveaway winners. This has been such a wonderful day, and I really hope you're going to join the next BodCon and also check out their podcast, their online courses, follow them on social media, and so much more, because this is such a beautiful community, and I hope we all get together again really soon. So make sure you email your name and contact details to claim your prizes. And of course, I'm excited for you to try Saltaire. But once again, I have been your host, Iskra Lawrence, for BodCon 2024. And it has just been the biggest pleasure guiding you through this day. And until we meet again, stay confident, stay empowered, and keep celebrating the amazing human that you are. Sending you lots of love. Bye.